Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are diving into how to build a full stack SaaS application using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. We will be creating a background removal app that allows user to upload an image, process it and then download the image with transparent background. Let's start by taking a quick look at the project demo that we are going to build in this tutorial. This is the home page of our project. On the top we have this navigation bar with logo and get started button. Then we have this header section where you can see these text, one upload image button and one feature image. After that we have these steps to remove the background, upload image, remove the background and download the image. After that we have this image with background transition. Next we have this customer testimonials and at the bottom we have this footer. Let me scroll up and if I click on this get started button, it opens a user login form. To implement this user authentication we have used a tool called Clerk. Using Clerk we can easily integrate user authentication and user management in our React project. It provides beautiful and ready to use UI components like sign in, sign up and user profile for React application. So let's come back to the project and as you can see I have integrated this sign up form with the help of Clerk. This is the sign in form, so we can enter the email ID and password. We can log in on this website and we can also use this continue with Google option. And here we have this option for sign up. So if you don't have the account, you can click on this link sign up. So it will open a sign up form. Here you can sign up using the Google account or you can sign up using the email ID and password. So let me sign up using my Google account. I'll click here, then click on continue. So after creating the account on this app, here we have credits 5. Then we have the name and here we have the profile image. Let me click on this profile image. So it will open this card where I can manage the profile. If I click here on manage account. So this is the profile page from where we can update the profile info and profile picture. Let me close it. Now let's see how to remove the background of an image. So here we have this button called upload your image. If I click here, it opens a window to select an image. So let me select this image. Now we are at the result page and it is processing our image. Right now you can see we have total 5 credits left and after processing the image you can see the credit has been reduced. So now we have 4 credits left because we have already used 1 credit. And here we have the button to download this image. So let me click on this button and you can see we have downloaded this image without background. So we have successfully removed the background of this image. Let me click on this credits button. So it will open this credits purchase page where we have added different plans to buy 100 credits, 500 credits and 5000 credits so that user can purchase more credits. Here we have added the online payment gateway so that user can click on this purchase button and make the payment online to get the more credits. Now let me come back to the home page by clicking on this logo image. After we finish building this app, we will deploy it on Vercel. Before we dive into the code, if you are completely new to React, I highly recommend watching my React beginners tutorials first. It is available for free on my YouTube channel. I will include the link in the description below. Now let's get started. Now I'm at the desktop screen and here we are going to create a folder for our project. And write the folder name bg removal. Let's open this folder with VS Code editor. So let's select open with code. Now you can see this bg removal folder is open in VS Code editor. Here we will create our front-end project using React. So right click and select open in integrated terminal. Now in this terminal, we will type npm create vite at latest. Here it is asking for the project name. So let me add the project name client. After that, we will select React and JavaScript. Now you can see in the left sidebar, we have one folder with the name client, and here we have this React project. Next, we have to install the dependencies in this project. So in this one, we will type cd client. So now we are in the client folder. Now in this client folder, we will add npm install. So it will install all the dependencies required for the React project. Now the dependencies has been installed. Next we will install some packages for React router. So let's add npm install React router DOM. And with that we will install the React Toastify package so that we can display the toast notifications. All the dependencies has been installed. Now we can start this project. So just add npm run dev. Now our project is running on this localhost port 5173. So let's open it in the web browser. So now you can see our Vite plus React project is successfully running in the web browser. Next we will clear this default project. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. From here, we will delete this app.css file. After that, we will open app.jsx and we will clear this page. Here we will use the snippet which is RAFCE. Now save the changes. After that, let's come back to the index.css file and we will clear this file also. Now let's save the changes. Now let's open index.html and here we are going to rename the website title. So the title will be Great Stack BG Removal. That is background removal. Now save the changes and open the web browser. Here you can see the project is clear. Here we are getting the title Great Stack BG Removal. Next we will add the support of Tailwind CSS in our project. So let's go to the new tab and search for Tailwind CSS Vite. Let's open this link. Here we have the steps to install the Tailwind CSS. So first step is already completed. We have created our React project. Now in the second step, we have to use these commands to install the Tailwind dependencies. So let's copy this line and come to this terminal. First we have to stop this project. So just add Ctrl+C. Yes. Now just paste the command that we have just copied from the Tailwind setup documentation. Paste it and press enter. So this package has been installed. Come back to the documentation again. Just copy the second line and paste it here. So after that, we will get two files, tailwind.config and postcss.config. You can see in the left sidebar. After that, we have to copy this configuration file. So just copy it and open tailwindconfig.js file and remove this and paste the code that we have just copied from the documentation. Save the changes. After that, we have to copy this code. So let me just copy it and we have to paste it in index.css file. So let's copy and come back. We will open index.css file and paste 3 lines of code. Save the changes. Now we can again start our project. So let's come back and type npm run dev. After that, open the link in the web browser. So now our project is running in the web browser. So now we have the Tailwind CSS support in our project. Now on my desktop screen, you can see we have folder with the name assets. And in this folder, we have all the assets required to create our project. You will find this assets link in the video description. So let's copy all the assets, select all files, then copy, then go to project folder, then client folder, then src, then assets. And in this one, paste all the files. Now just close this folder and come back to the VS Code editor. If I expand this assets folder, you can see we have all the icons and images, and we have one assets.js file also, where I have already imported all the images and icons. Then we have this assets object where I have exported all the images and icons so that we can easily access it in any component. Then we have some testimonials data that is required to create our UI. Then we have some plans data that is also required to display on the client website. If I come back to the design file, this is the Figma design file. Here you can see this is the price plan, and in this home page we have to display this testimonial data. So I have already added these data in an array in the assets.js file. You will get this Figma design link in the video description so that you can go and explore this design file and you can copy the text and create your website. After that, let's minimize this browser, come back, and here we have the assets folder. We will right click and select reveal in file explorer. Now let's open this assets folder, and here we have three files, that is bglayer.png, favicon.svg, then this slide icon.svg. So let's copy all these three files and we will come to client folder, public folder, and paste the files. You can see we have added three files in this public folder. Let's close this folder. Now let's open index.html file. Here we have provided wheat.svg for the favicon. So here we will provide our own icon. So let's add favicon.svg that we have added in the public folder. Save the changes. Come back to the web browser. Now you can see our own icon in this browser title. Next, we will create the folder structure for our client project. So in this src folder, we will create a folder with the name components. We will create all the components in this folder. Now let's create another folder in this src, and the folder name is pages, where we will create all the pages required in our project. After that, let's create a new folder in this src, and the folder name is context. In this folder, we will create the context where we will manage all the states and functions. Now we have created the folder structure. Next, we will create some pages and we will set up the React router. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file with the name home.jsx. So this will be our home page. Here we will use the RAFCE snippet. Save the changes. Now let's create another file in this pages folder. So the file name is result.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Now let's create another file in this pages folder, and file name is buycredit.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE snippet. So now we have created three pages in this pages folder. Now in this Figma design, you can see we have three pages, that is home page, result page, and the buy credit page. So we have created three files for three pages. After that, we will set up the React router using this pages. So first we will come to main.jsx file, and first we have to import browser router from React router DOM package. After that, let's remove this strict mode, and here we will use browser router tag. So we have wrapped this app component using this browser router tag. In our project, we will get the support of React router. Now we have to set up the routes. So let's close this file and we will open app.jsx file. Now in this div, let's remove this text, and in this file first we will import routes tag from React router DOM, and we will also import the route tag. So we have imported routes and route from React router DOM package. Now by using this tag we can create the routes. For that, within this div we will use the routes tag, and inside this routes tag we will create multiple route. So first let's create the route for the home page. So we will add the route tag, then add the path, that is slash. Then we will add the element, and in this element we will mount our home page component. So simply write home. We are getting this suggestion, so let me select it. So this home has been imported. After that, let's close this tag and close this route tag. So we have created the route for the home page. Similarly, we will create the route for the result and buy page. So let me just copy this statement 2 times. In the second one, we will add the path slash result, and in the element we will use result page. So we are getting this result from pages folder. Select it. Now this result has been imported. Similarly, in the third one we will add the path slash buy, and here we will use the element, that is buy credit. So we are getting this suggestion. Let's click here. So this buy credit has been imported. So we have created 3 routes for the 3 pages. Now we will test this route. Let's open this home page. You can see we are at the root, and here we are getting the home. Now if I type slash result, so now you can see we are getting the text called result. And if I change the path slash buy, here we are getting the text buy credit, that is coming from the buy credit page component. So our routes are working. So let's come back to the home page again. After that, let me close this Tailwind website, and in this design file you can see we have this design. So we will start building this UI design. As you can see in this design file, first we have to create this navigation bar. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this components folder, let's create a new component and write the component name navbar.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Now I want this navbar in all pages. So you can see this navbar is available in home page, then result page and buy credit page. So this navbar is required in all 3 pages. For that, we have to mount this navbar component in app.jsx file before this route, so that it will be visible in all pages. So before this routes, let's add the navbar tag. We are getting this suggestion. Just click here, close this tag. Now save the changes. Here we are getting this navbar on the home page. Let's open navbar.jsx file and remove this text navbar, and here we will create the navigation bar. Here we have to create the UI design of the navigation bar. So as you can see in this design file, we have to add the image using the image tag, then we have the button. So let's come back to the navbar.jsx file, and here within this div we will create one image tag, and in this src we have to provide the logo. So let's add assets. We are not getting the suggestion for this assets, so let me go to assets folder, assets.js file. After that, let's come back to the navbar file. Here we will add assets. So now we are getting this suggestion. Let's click on it. Now we will use dot. Then we are getting all the images. So just select logo. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we are getting this logo that is coming from the assets folder. After that, here we have to create one button tag, and in this button tag we will add the text, that is get started. So let me just copy the text from here And in this button, we will paste the button text, get started. And after that, we need the image tag for this arrow icon. So we will use the img tag, and in the src, we will use assets.arrowIcon. We will save the changes. Now let's come back to the web page. Here we are getting this get started text, and here we have the icon that is in the white color, that's why it is not visible. After that, we will add some CSS properties. But before that, let's come to app.jsx file, and in this div, let's add the class name, and we will provide the Tailwind CSS classes. So let's add the minimum height screen, then we will add the background color. Save the changes. Now let's come back to the navbar.jsx file, and in this div, let's add the class name. Here we will add the Tailwind classes. So we will provide flex, item center, justify between. Then we will add the margin from X, then padding from Y, then we will add the margin from X for larger screen. Save the changes. Now we are getting this logo in the left side, and we are getting this button text in the right side. Next, we will add the CSS properties in this logo. So in this image, let's add the class name and provide the width. Then we will provide the width for the smaller screen. Now you can see the image size is perfect. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this button, that is get started. So in this button tag, let's add the class name property, and we will provide background zinc 800. Then we will provide the text color, then flex, then item center, then we will provide the gap and padding from X and Y. Then we will add the padding for different screen size, then text small and border radius. Save the changes. Now this button is looking good. Next, we will add the CSS properties on this arrow icon. So here we have another image tag. In this one, we will add the class name property, and let's provide the width. And we will provide the width for different screen. Save the changes. So now the size for this icon is looking good. So we have created this navigation bar. Let's go to different route. So if I type /result, here also we are getting the navigation bar on the result page. If I want to go to home page, then we have to remove this result. So next, we will add the click feature on this logo, so that when we click on this logo, then we will be redirected to the home page. So first, we will import link tag from React Router DOM. After that, before this img, we will add the link tag and wrap this image with this link tag. After that, in this link, let's add the to property, and here just provide the path of our home page, that is /. Save the changes. Now we are at this /result page. If I click on this logo, now we are back to the home page. After that, we have to create this header section. To create this header section, let's create a new component in this components folder and provide the name header.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. I want this header component on the home page only. So let's open home.jsx file, remove this text from here. Here we will add header that we are getting from the components folder. Let's click here, close this tag. Now save the changes. Now on this home page, we are getting this header text that is coming from this header component. Next, we will design our header component. So let me remove this text from here. And if I come back to the Figma, here we have two sections, that is left side and right side. So in this div, let's add the comment. So let's add the comment text left side. After this comment, let's create one div. And within this div, we will create the UI design of the left side. And after this div, let's add one more comment. So let me just copy it and paste it here. Here we will add right side. And here we will add one div. So this is the left side and right side. So first we will create the left side of this component. So in this VS Code editor, within this div, let's create one h1 tag for this text. So simply copy the text from here and paste it in this h1 tag. Now we need this text in 3 lines. For that we are going to use the br tag to add the line break. So after this text, let's add the br tag, and after this background from, we will add the br tag. Now in this text you can see we have the gradient color in this background text. So we have to wrap this background text with a span tag. So let's add the span tag and close it after this background. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So we are getting this text in 3 lines. After that, here we have a small paragraph text. So let me just copy it, and here we will add one paragraph tag. In this one, paste the text. Save the changes. After this line, in this paragraph tag, we have to add the br tag. So it will be displayed in 2 lines. Come back to the web page. So you can see we are getting this text. After that, we have to add one button to upload the image. So after this p tag, we will add one div tag. In this div, we will add the input field with the type file. After that, we have to create one label tag. And in this label, we will add the image tag. We are adding this image for this upload icon. So in this src, let's add the curly braces, and we will use assets.upload button icon. After that, let's create one paragraph tag, and in this one, let's add the text upload your image. After that, in this input field, we will add the ID, that is upload1, and in this HTML4, we will add the same ID, upload1. Now we have to hide this input field, so just add hidden. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the text upload your image. If I click here, it will open a new window to upload any image file. Let's close it. So now we have created all the elements for the left side. Next we will add the CSS properties. So let's come back, and here in this VS Code editor, let me hide this terminal. And in this div, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, item center, justify between, max small, flex call, reverse. Then we will add the gap, then padding, margin, and padding for different screen size, then margin for different screen size. Save the changes. We have added this CSS properties in this left side, but we have to add it in the parent div. So let me just select it, remove it, and add it here in this parent div. Now save the changes. So you can see this text in the left side, and we have some margin and padding from the left and top. Now in this h1 tag, we will add the class name property. So let me make this text in different line so that the class name will be visible. So here let's add the class name. We will provide text 4XL, then text 5XL for different screen size, and text 6XL also. Then font bold, text color will be neutral 700. Then we will add the leading height, that is the line height. Save the changes. Now you can see these text in larger font size. Next we will add the gradient color in this text, which is background. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. Here we have the span tag. So in this one, just add the class name property, and in this one we will provide bg gradient to right from violet 600 to this color. Then we will add the bg clip text and text transparent. Save the changes. Now we are getting this text in gradient color. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this paragraph tag. Let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide margin, text size, and text color gray 500. Save the changes. So now this text is looking good. After that, we have to add the CSS properties for this button. For that, come to this label tag. Here we will add the class name property, and in this one we will provide inline flex gap 3, then padding x, padding y, border radius, cursor pointer. Then we will add the bg gradient for the gradient background color. Then we will add the first color code, then second color code. Then we will add the margin auto. Then we will add the hover effect, that is a scale. Then transition all. Then we will add the duration for the transition. Save the changes. Now you can see this button with hover animation and background color. Next we will add the CSS properties for this text and this icon. So let's come back. First we will add the class name property in this p tag. Here we will add text white, then add the text small, and in this image tag simply add the width, that is 20. Save the changes. Now this upload your image button is looking good, and we have this beautiful hover effect. Now we have created the left side of the header. Let's come back to the VS Code editor. Here we are using this BR tag to separate these lines, but we don't want the multiple lines in mobile view. For that, here in this BR we will add the class name property. Here we will use maxMD hidden. Now let me just copy it and paste it in this BR tag. Similarly, in this BR tag also we will add the same class name. Here we will use maxSM. Save the changes. Come back to the web browser. Now if I select inspect, then go to mobile view. Now we are getting this text in one line. You can see this description text. Now we will add the right side elements of this header. So in this div, you can see where we have added the comment right side. So in this div, we will add the image tag. In this image src, we will use assets.headerImage. After that, in this div, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide width full. Then max width, medium. Save the changes. Now we have this image in the right side of the header. If I click on inspect and open this web page in a smaller screen, so you can see the image displayed in the right side is displayed at the top of the header component for the smaller screen, and below that we have the text and button. So now we have created the UI design for the header section. After that, let's come back to the Figma design, and we have to create this section where we have to display the steps to remove the background. So to create this section, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this components folder, let's create a new file, that is steps.jsx. Here we will use RAFC snippet. Next we will mount this component in the home page. So let's open home.jsx, and after this header, let's add steps. We are getting this suggestion, so just click here and close this tag. Save the changes. Now just come to steps.jsx file, and here we will design this component. So first we need this title in h1 tag. So in this div, let's create one h1 tag. Just copy the title text and paste it here in this h1. After this text, let's add the br tag. Save the changes. Here you can see we are getting the text in the left side. After that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and after this h1, let's create one div. And in this one, we will create 3 boxes. For that, we will create one div, and in this one, we will add the image tag for this image. After that, here we will create one div, and we will create 2 paragraph tags. In the first one, we have to add this text, which is upload image. So just copy it and paste it here. Now in the second one, we will copy this text and paste it here. In this image src, we will use assets.upload icon. Now save the changes. Here we are getting this h1 text, then this icon, then a small text and large text. Next we will add the class name for this section. So let's add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name. Here we will provide margin for different screen size, then padding for different screen size. Save the changes. So now we have proper space for this section also. After that, let's come to this h1 tag, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text center, text to XL. For different screen size, we will add the different text size. Then we will add the margin top and font semi-bold. Save the changes. Now you can see this text in the center and increased font size. After that, if I come to the Figma design, you can see this text is in the gradient color. So we will provide the gradient color in this h1 text. For that, here we will add the classes bg gradient to right, from color, then to another color. Then we will add the bg clip text and text transparent. Save the changes. Now we are getting this text in gradient color. After that, let's come back to the web browser, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex items start, flex wrap, gap 4, margin top, and margin top for different screen size, then justify center. Save the changes. Next we will add the CSS properties for this boxes. So in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide flex items start, gap 4, background white, then border, then drop shadow, then padding bottom, then border radius. Now we are getting this box. Next we will add the hover effect on this box. For that, after this class name, we will provide hover scale 105, then transition all, then duration 500 milliseconds. Save the changes. Now you can see the hover effect on this box. Next we will add the CSS properties for this image tag and this text. So in this image tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide maximum width 9. After that, in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text XL, font medium. Now in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text small and text color neutral 500. Then we will add the margin from top. Save the changes. Now this box is looking good. After that, we have to create 3 boxes as you can see in this Figma design. So before that, here we will add the BR tag. Now it is looking good. Now let's create another copy of this div. So let's copy and paste it here. We will paste it for 2 times. Now just come to design file and just copy the text, that is remove background, and in the second p tag just paste this text. Now just copy the third text and paste it here in this p tag, that is download image. Now we have to update the icon. So in this second one, let's add assets dot remove bg icon. In the third one, let's add assets dot download icon. Save the changes. Now we are getting 3 boxes, that is representing the steps to remove the background. Now this component is ready. If I open this in the mobile view, you can see this component is looking good. It is displayed in a column because we have used the flex wrap. Now we have created this section. Now we have to create this section where we will display the image background sliding effect. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. Here in this components folder, let's create a new file with the name bgslider.jsx. In this file, let's add the RAFCE snippet. Save the changes. Now come to home.jsx file, and after this steps, we will mount bgslider component. Save the changes. Here we are getting bgslider at left corner. Now we will design this component. So to create the UI design, let's open bgslider.jsx file and here remove this text. And inside this component, before this return, we will create the state variable. So let's add const. We will add the variable name slider position, and the setter function name is set slider position is equal to use state, and initialize it with 50. After that, we will create one handler function. So just add const handle slider change, and it will be one arrow function. In this parameter, we will take the event. After that, we will add set slider position, and we will provide e.target.value. So we have created one state variable that will save the slider position, and here we have created the slider handler function that will update the slider position. As you can see in this design, here we are going to use 2 images and one input field with a type range, so that we can change the range from 0 to 100, and it will update the range in this slider position state variable. So let's create the UI. So within this div, let's create the h1 tag for the title. So let me just make a comment here, title. After that, let me just copy the title text from here and paste it in this h1. After this text, we will add the BR tag to add the line break. After that, I will add the gradient effect. So you can see the same gradient effect in the previous text. So let me just come back to the steps.jsx file, and from this h1 tag, we will copy all the classes and come back to the bgslider, and here in this h1 we will add the class name and paste the classes. Save the changes. Now we are getting this text at the bottom with this gradient effect. Next we have to create this slider. For that, here let's create one div. In this div, we will add the comment, that is background image. After that, we will create the image tag. Here we are going to use assets.image with background. Here we have two images, image with background and image without background. So we will select image with background. After that, we will add a style property, and in this style property we will add the object. Here we will define the clip path, and here we are going to use the template literal. So let's add the backticks, and in this one we will use the inset, then provide the value 0, and in the second parameter we will add the value from this slider position. So let's add the $sign curly braces. Here we will provide 100.2 minus slider position. Then we will add the percentage sign. Now we will add the third parameter, that is 0, and the fourth parameter is also 0. If I save the changes, here you can see we are getting this image with 50% clip path. If I change the value, so if I write 80, you can see the 80% of this image. If I write 20, you can see the 20% image is visible. Now just make it 50 again. And after this image tag, here we will add one more comment. Let's add the comment text foreground image. So after this comment, let's add another image tag. In this image tag, we will use assets.image without background. Now in this one, we will add the style property, and in this style property, let's copy this clip path and paste it in this style. In this one, we will remove this second parameter. So let's remove it and paste it at the end. So it will be the fourth parameter. So we have added it in the fourth parameter. From here, let me remove this 100 minus. Just provide the slider position. Here we have provided this slider position in the second position, and here we have provided it in the fourth parameter. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting two images. Now if I make it 40, you can see the 40% of this image and 60% of this image. So this logic is working. After that, we have to make the changes in this slider. So we will create one slider using the input field. So before closing of this div, let's add the comment, that is slider. And here let's add the input field. And in this input field, we will add the type range. And we will define minimum range 0 and maximum range 100. After that, let's add the value property. And in this value, let's add slider position. After that, let's add the onChange property, and in this onChange, we will simply provide the handler function, that is slide. So here we will provide handle slider change that we have created here. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting one slider. So if I slide this range slider, so when we move this slider, you can see this clip effect. After that, we will add the CSS properties so that both images will be visible on same place. So let's come back, and in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide relative width full, max width 3XL, overflow hidden, margin auto, rounded XL. Save the changes. After that, we will come to this image. Here we will add the class name property, and here let's provide absolute, top 0, left 0, width full, height full. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this effect when we move the slider. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this slider. So let's come back, and here we have this input field. In this one, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide absolute top 1 by 2, left 1 by 2. Then we will add the transform minus translate x 1 by 2 minus translate y 1 by 2. Then we will add the width full z index and one custom class name, that is slider. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this range slider in the middle of this image. And this slider is working fine. After that, in this h1 tag, let me add margin bottom 12, and for the screen greater than small, we will add the different margin. Now we are getting this margin after this text. Next, we will add the custom class name property for this input field so that it will be hidden from this background slider. So let's come back to the index.css file, and here let's add the class name, that is slider. Here we will provide WebKit appearance none, height 100%, background transparent. Now save the changes. Now you can see the range input field is invisible and still it is working. Next, we have to replace this blue dot with our slider icon. For that, let's add the class name dot slider. Then we'll add the double colon dash WebKit slider thumb. Here we will provide appearance none, width 30 pixel, height 30 pixel. Then we will add the background image URL, and here we will provide this icon path / slide icon svg. Then we will add the background position. It will be center. Then we will add the background repeat none or no repeat. Then we will add the background size cover. Save the changes. Now you can see instead of the blue dot, we are getting this image, that is this slider image. So this slider is perfectly working. So now we have created this slider. After that, let me close this file. And here in this div, let me add the class name property, and here let me just provide the padding from bottom, padding y-axis and margin x. Save the changes. Now we have a space at the bottom. Now this section is working fine. Let me open this in the phone view. So you can see in the phone view also this slider is working fine. So now we have completed this slider section. Next we have to create this customer testimonial section. For that, in this components folder, we will create a new file and write the file name testimonials.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE snippet. We have to mount this component in the home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and after this bg slider, we will mount testimonials component. Now just open the testimonials.jsx file. Here we will add the UI component. So if I open assets.js file, so in this one you can see we have the testimonials data, where we have two objects with ID, text, author, image and job title, and it is in the array. And in this array we have two objects, and each object is representing a single testimonial data. So we have total 2 data. Now we will use these data to create our testimonials. So first in this div, we will create a comment, and here we will add the text title, where we will add the title for this testimonial component. So you can see the title. So let's create the h1 tag, and in this one we will paste this text, customer testimonials. Here we will add the class name property, and let's come back to the steps.jsx file. From here, let me just copy the same class name from this h1 tag. After that, come to testimonial component and paste the class name in this h1. With that, here we will provide padding y5. Save the changes. Now we are getting this text. After this text, we have to create two boxes for the testimonial data. So here simply create one div, and in this one let's add the curly braces. Here we will use testimonials data that we are getting from the assets file. This data is an array, so we can use the map method, and in this one we will pass individual item and index number as parameter, and we will return one structure using this div. First, we will add the key property in this div. We will add the index number. After that, in this div, we will create one paragraph tag. So this paragraph tag is for this quote icon. So let me add the quote icon. So just copy and paste it here. After this p tag, let's create another p tag. Here we will add the testimonial text. So to get the text, in this p tag we will add the curly braces. Here simply add item.text. After this paragraph tag, let's create the div, and in this div we will add the image tag, and in this image src we will provide item.image. After this image tag, we will create one div, and in this div we will create two paragraph tag. The first one is for this div and the second one for this job role. So in the first one, let's add the curly braces and we will add item.author. And in the second one, we will add item.job title. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this quote, then text, then image, author name and job title. And now we have the second data in the same structure. Next we will add the class name properties for this component. So let's come back. In this div we will add the class name property, and here we will add grid. Then provide grid columns 1 for above a screen size, grid columns 2, then gap, then max width, margin auto, then padding, and save the changes. Now just come back and we'll create these boxes. So come to this div. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide background white, border radius, padding, drop shadow, maximum width, margin auto. Save the changes. So you can see this white color of box. After that, we will add the hover effect on this box so that when we move cursor over it, it will display the increased size. So in this classes, let's add hover, a scale 105, transition all, duration 700 milliseconds. Save the changes. Now you can see when I move cursor, this size is increasing. Now just come back to the VS Code. Here in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide the text 4XL, text gray 500. Now just copy the class name from here and paste it here in this p tag. Here we will make it text small. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this quotes, and then we have the testimonial text. After that, we will come to this div, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex item center, gap 3, margin top 5. Save the changes. Now we are getting the image in the left side, and in the right side we have the name and job title. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this image. So let's add the class name property. Here we will provide the width 9. Then provide rounded full so that it will be a circle. Save the changes. Now you can see the image is looking good with this size. Next, we will add the class name property for this text, which is the user's name and job title. So in this job title, let's add the class name, and here let's provide the text as small. Then text color gray 600. Save the changes. Now our component is looking good. After that, let's add some custom font in our project. So let's open a new tab. Here we will search for outfit font. Let's open this website, fonts.google.com. From here, click on this button, get font, then click on get embed code, then click on import. Now just copy this import statement. Now just open index.css file, and in the first line, paste this import statement. After that, here we will add the property that will be applicable for all the elements. So here we will add the font family and provide outfit. Save the changes. Close this tab. Now you can see this quote icon is looking good, and this text is also looking good. So after applying the custom font, this website is looking beautiful. After that, we will create this area so that user can upload the image from here and from here also. So to create this section, let's create a new component. So in this components folder, we will create a new file with the name upload.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE snippet, and we will mount this component on the home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and after this testimonials, we will mount the upload component. Save the changes. So first, here we have to add the title. So in this uploads component, within this div, let's add the h1 tag, and from here let me just copy the title text and paste it here. After that, in this div, let's add the class name property, and here let's add the padding bottom 16. And here we will add the comment also, so that we will get to know this is title. In this title, we need the gradient color. So let's come to steps.jsx file, and from here just copy the classes from this h1. Now just come back to the upload.jsx file, and in this h1 we will add the class name property and paste all the classes. Now save the changes. So now you can see the title is looking good. See the magic, try now. In this one we'll add some other classes, that is padding y, and for a screen size more than medium, we will add py 16. Save the changes. Now we have extra padding for this section. After that, we have to create this upload button. For that, simply come to header.jsx file. From here, let me just copy this div. Come to upload.jsx file, and after this h1, just paste it. In this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text center and margin bottom 24. After that, here we have provided ID upload 1 in the previous button, so here we will add the upload 2, and in the label tag also we will provide upload 2. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here this page is not loading because we have used this assets.upload button, but we have not imported the assets. So just add import, then we will add the assets from assets file. Now save the changes, scroll down. Now you can see we are getting this upload button. Let me refresh this web page. We are getting this upload button. If I click here, it will open a file selection window. Now just click here to cancel it. Now we will create this footer. So to create this footer, we will come to components folder and create a new file, that is footer.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. We have to mount this component in the app.jsx file, and we need the footer in all pages. So we will mount it in the app component. So after this route, we will mount footer component. After that, let's come back to the footer.jsx file. In this div, we have to create the image tag for this logo, then we will add the paragraph tag for this text, then we will add the div for this images. So in this div, let's add the image tag. Here we will use assets.logo. After this image tag, let's create the paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag, we will add this text. So let me add the text here. Copyright at greatstack.dev, all right reserved. After that, we will create one div, and in this div, we will create 3 images tag. In all 3 images tag, we will provide the width, that is 40, and in this src, we will add the curly braces. In the first one, we will provide assets.facebook icon. In the second one, we will provide assets.twitter icon. In the third one, we will provide assets.google plus icon. Save the changes. So we are getting this footer. Next, we have to provide some CSS properties for this footer. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div tag, let's add the class name, and here we will provide the Tailwind classes: flex, item center, justify between, gap 4, then padding, and padding for larger screens, and padding y3. Save the changes. Now we are getting this image, then this text, and in the right side we have these icons. Next, we will provide the CSS properties for this image tag, that is the logo. So in this image, let's add the width. Let's provide 150. After that, in this p tag, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex 1, border 1. Here we will add flex 1, border L, then border gray 400, padding left 4, then text small, then text color, and max sm hidden. We will make this paragraph hidden in the phone view. That's why we have added this max sm hidden. After that, in this div, let's add the class name property, that is flex, and gap 1. Save the changes. Now our footer is looking good, as you can see. Now we will get this footer in all pages. So if I change the path /result, here also you can see we are getting the navigation bar and footer. So let's come back to the home page again. So now we have created all the sections of our home page. After that, we will create the result page. So you can see in this Figma design file, this is the result page. So to create the UI design of the result page, let's come to result.jsx file. And in the browser, we will open localhost port 5173/result path. Now we will design this result page. So to create this result page, let me remove this text from here. And in this div, let's add the class name property, that is margin and min height 75 VH. Save the changes. Now this footer is displayed at the bottom and we are getting this space for the result page. Now just come back to the VS Code. And within this div, let's create another div. And here, we will add one comment, that is image container. After this image container comment, we will create one div. Now in this image container, we will create two sections, that is left side and right side of this image container. In the right side, we will display the background removed image, and in the left side we will display the original image. For that, in this div, let's add one comment and write the comment text left side. After this comment, let's create one div, and in this one, let's add the paragraph tag and write the text original. After this paragraph tag, we will create one image tag, and in this image src, we will use assets.image with background. After this div, let's create another comment. Here we will add the comment text right side. After this comment, we will create another div, and in this div, let's add one p tag and write the text background removed. After this paragraph tag, let's create one div, and in this div, we will add the image tag, and here we will add assets.image without background. Now we will add CSS properties for this section. So let me save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are getting two images and we are getting the text original and background removed. Now let's add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name. And here we will provide the Tailwind classes. So let's provide background, then border radius, then padding X and Y, then drop shadow. Save the changes. Now we are getting this white color of container. After that, in this div, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex. Then flex column. For a small screen, we will add grid column gap 8. Now in the left side, we are getting the original image, and the right side, we are getting background removed image. Now let's come to this p tag, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide font semi-bold, then text color, and margin from the bottom. In this image tag, let's provide the class name property, and here we will provide rounded medium, then border. Let's save the changes. Now we are getting the rounded edges. After that, come to this div, which is the right side. In this div, let's add the class name. Here, let's provide the classes flex column. After that, in this p tag, we will add the same class name. So let's copy the class name from this p and paste it here. After that, in this div, let's add the class name property and provide rounded medium border, then border color, height full, relative, and custom class name, that is BG layer. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. So in this image also you can see the rounded corner. Right now you can see some images are visible at the edges. So to fix that, here we will add overflow hidden. Save the changes. Now the edges are perfect. So whenever we will upload the image for the background removal, it will take time to remove the background, so it will process the image. After that, it will display that image in the right side. So in that processing time, we will add the loader screen. So to display the loader screen, after this image tag, we will create one div. And for now, let me comment out this image. And in this div, let's add the another div. In the first one, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide absolute, right, then bottom, then transform, then translate X and translate Y. After that, save the changes. Now you can see the right side image has been removed. We have the empty background. Now in this background, we will add one image. As you can see, we have added the custom class name BG layer. So in this BG layer class name, we will add the background image. So let's copy this BG layer class name and we will come to index.css file. Here we will add this class name. Here we will use background image and we will use the URL. Here we will provide /. If I open the public folder, here we have the bglayer.png. So let's provide that name /bglayer.png. Save the changes. Now you can see here we are getting transparent background pattern image. Now come back to this result.jsx file, and in this div we will display one loader. So until the original image gets processed and displayed with transparent background, till then we will display one loader. So in this div we will create the loader. So let's add the class name property in this div and let's provide the border 4. Then we will provide the border color. Then we will add the border radius full, then height and width, and border top will be transparent. Then we will add the animate a spin. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see one loader in the right side. And whenever we will receive the image after processing, then this div will be hidden and we will make the image visible again. So it will look something like this. After that, we will create these two buttons. So to create these buttons, we will come out of this image container. So this image container div is ending here. So after this div, let's add the comment and we will add the comment text buttons. Here, first we will create one div, and in this div, we will create one button tag. After this button tag, let's create one anchor tag. We will use this anchor tag to download the image, and we will use this button tag to create this try another image button. So let me just copy the text from here and paste it in this button tag. After that, copy the text, download image, and paste it in this anchor tag. Next, we will add the CSS properties for these buttons. So just come back to the VS Code, and in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, justify center, justify end, item center, flex wrap, gap 4, and margin top. Let's save the changes. Now you can see these buttons in the right side, as you can see in the design. After that, we have to design the first button, that is try another image. So in this button tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide the padding X, Y, then we will provide the text color, then text size, then border color, rounded full. Then we will add the hover effect, that is a scale 105, transition all, and transition duration, that is 700 milliseconds. Let's save the changes. Now the first button is looking beautiful with this hover effect. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this second button. So here in this anchor tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide the padding and text color, that is text white, then text small, then we will provide the gradient color in the background. So we will provide 2 color code. Then we will add the rounded full. Save the changes. So now you can see the second button is also looking beautiful. So in the second button also we will add the same hover effect. So simply copy the code from this one and paste it in the second button. Save the changes. Now this hover effect is working fine. We have created the UI of our result page. Next, we have to create the UI of this credit purchase page. So let's come back to the VS Code. We will open buycredit.jsx file. Here, remove this text, save the changes. After that, let's come to our web browser and open the path /buy. Now in this page, first let's add the class name property in this div. So let's provide the minimum height of 80 VH, text center, padding top, margin bottom. Save the changes. Now we are getting the footer at the end, and we have a space for our UI. First we have to create this button for different plans. So in this div, let's create the button tag. From here, let me copy this text and paste it in this button. After this button tag, let's create the title using the h1. Let's copy the title and paste it in this h1. After this title, we are getting this kind of warning. Let me correct it. After that, here we will add one div, and inside this div, we will display different cards. So for different plans, we have created one array in this assets.js file. We have one array where you can see 3 objects. Each object is representing a single plan where we have the ID, price, credits, and description of that plan. So we will use this plans array to display this UI. So let's come back to the buycredit.jsx file. Here we will add the curly braces and we will use plans This is an array, so we can use the map method. And in this one, we will pass the arrow function. In the parameter, we will get the item and index number. Here we will return one div. In the plan, first we have to display this image. So to get this image, we will use the img tag, and here we will use the assets.logo icon. Here we will provide the width property, that is 40. After this image tag, we will create the paragraph tag, and here we have to display the plan name that we have stored in the id property. So let's add the curly braces. We will add item.id. After this paragraph tag, let's create another paragraph tag. Here we have to display the plan description. For that, let's add item.desc description, where we have stored the description of our plan. After that, let's create one more p tag. In this one, we have to display the price and credit. So to display that, in this paragraph tag, let's create the span tag, because in the UI you can see the price is in the large font. So we will provide the larger font for this span tag. In this one, we will add the $ curly braces. In this one, just add the item.price. After this span tag, let's add /, and here we will add the curly braces, and let's write item.credits. Then write the text credits. Save the changes. Here we are getting basic, description, and price and credit. $50 500, $250 5000 credits. After this paragraph tag, we will create the button tag. Let's copy the text "Get started" and paste it here. Or let me remove this text, and here we can provide the text called "Purchase." Let me save the changes. Now we will add the CSS properties for this page. So first we will add the CSS properties in this button tag. So let's add the class name, and we will provide the border gray 400, padding X, padding Y, and rounded full. Then margin bottom. Save the changes. Now this our plans button is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this h1 tag. So let's come to a steps.jsx file and copy the class name from this h1 tag. Now just come back to the buyCredit.jsx file. Here we will add the class name property and paste the classes. After that, we will add margin bottom 6. And for different screen size, we will add the margin bottom 10. Save the changes. Now this text is also looking good. After that, we have to add the CSS properties for these plans. So come to this div, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex wrap, justify center, gap 6, and text left. Save the changes. Now it is displaying the plans side by side. After that, let's come back, and here in this div we will add the class name. Here we will add the key property, that is index, from this parameter. In this div, let's provide the classes background white, drop shadow small, then border large, then padding Y and padding X, then text gray 700. Save the changes. So now these boxes are looking good. After that, we will add the hover effect on these box. So it will display some scale effect. So let's add the hover, scale 105, transition all, duration 500 milliseconds. Save the changes. Now when I move cursor over these div, you can see beautiful hover effect. After that, we will add the CSS properties for these plan title, that is basic, advanced and business plan. For that, here in this paragraph tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide margin top, font semi-bold. Save the changes. Now we are getting the bold text for these plan title. After that, we will add the class name in this p tag. Here we will add text small. After that, in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add margin top 6. Let's save the changes. After that, we will come back to this VS Code editor, and in this span tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text 3XL, font medium. Now come to this button tag. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide width full, background gray 800, text white, margin top, text small, border radius and padding Y, then minimum width 52. Save the changes. Now you can see these buttons are also looking beautiful. So we have completed this pricing page also. Now we have completed the UI design for the home page. Then we have created the price plan page to buy the credit. Then we have created this result page. Next, we will integrate the Clerk Authentication in our client project. For that, let's open a new tab and search for Clerk. After that, we will open this website clerk.com. From here, we will click on Get Started. Now click on Google or GitHub to create a new account, or you can also use the email ID to create a new account. So I will use the Google option. Let me click on this button, select the Google account, click on continue button. After that, here we have to provide the application name. So I'll simply write BG removal, that is background removal. After that, click on this create application button. After that, we have to select the framework. So let me select React. From here, we have to install some packages. We have already created the project. After that, we have to install this package, that is Clerk/Clerk React. So let me just copy this statement or command, and let's come to the terminal, and we will stop the project using Ctrl+C and yes. After that, we are at the client folder. Here we will paste this command npm install Clerk/Clerk React. We will press enter. So it will install the dependencies required to add the Clerk authentication in the project. So now we have installed this package. After that, come back, and here we have to create one environment variable where we will store this publishable key. For that, in the client folder, we will create a new file and write the file name .env. Here we have to paste it, so just copy and paste it here. Now save the changes. Next, we have to go to main.jsx and we have to import the publishable key. So let me just copy these statements from here, and we will come to main.jsx file, and after this import, we will paste this code. By executing this statement, we will get the environment variable in this variable. After that, we have to use the Clerk provider, and in the Clerk provider, we have to add the publishable key, as you can see here. So let's come back. Inside this browser router tag, we will add Clerk provider. We have created this Clerk provider tag. We have to wrap this app component using this Clerk provider. So let's move it within this tag. Now we have successfully wrapped this app component. Next, we have to import the Clerk provider from the Clerk package. So here, simply write import curly braces Clerk provider from. Here we will provide the package name, that is @clerk/clerk react. After that, in this Clerk provider, we have to add publishable key. So let me just copy it from here, and we will paste it in this Clerk provider tag. Here we are getting the publishable key from the environment variable, and we are providing it in the Clerk provider tag. Right click and select format document, save the changes. Now in the project, we have the support of Clerk authentication. Now we can use the component for user sign in and sign up. So let me try this one. Let me just copy the tag from here, which is sign in button. And we will come to app.jsx, and here after this navbar, let me paste this tag. We have to import this tag from the package, so just write sign in button from Clerk and Clerk React. Select it, click on it, so it will be imported. Now save the changes, and now we have to run this project. So just add npm run dev. Now let's come back to the web browser. Here we are getting one sign in button. If I click here, now you can see we are getting this sign in form, and we can easily sign in our application using this form. Now let me just remove this sign in button from here. And from here, we will remove this import statement also. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Reload this web page. We will add the logic so that any user click on this get started button, then the login pop-up will be displayed here. For that, let's come to navbar.jsx file. And in this component, we will add const curly braces. Here we will destructure open sign in, and we will get it from use Clerk hook. We are getting this suggestion, just click here, so it will be automatically imported from the Clerk package in the navbar.jsx file. After that, here in this button tag, we will add the onClick property, and in this one we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call open sign in function, and in this one we will provide one empty object. Let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let me reload the web page and click on this get started button. This button is not working. Let's come back to the VS Code. Here we have to add this parenthesis. Save the changes, come back to the web browser. Now click on this get started button. So it is opening one pop-up for sign in. So user can sign in using this form. Let's click on this button, continue with Google. Now we are successfully logged in. Let's come back to the project. Still we are getting this button. Now when the user will get logged in, then we will display their profile icon and Clerk profile settings. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this navbar, we will write const curly braces. After this curly braces, we will write user hook. If the user gets logged in, then we will get the sign in state and user data. So simply write is signed in. With that, we will get the user. If the user gets signed in, then we will get the variable true, and with that, in this user, we will get the all user data like email, profile picture, sign in method, and etc. Now by using this is signed in property, we will hide this button and we will display the user profile icon. For that, after this link tag, we will add the curly braces. Here we will check if our is signed in variable is true. In that case, we will return one div, and if it is false, then we will simply return this button. So let's move this button from here and paste it after this colon. Now in the div, we will add the user button. So let's add opening arrow. We will add the user button from Clerk React. Then close this tag and save the changes. Now we are successfully logged in, and here we are getting the profile icon. If I click on this manage account, here we can add the multiple email, we can update the profile, change the picture, and we have other options. In this security, we are getting the device information. Here we have the option to set our password because we have logged in using the Google account. When we sign out from here, let me click here, again we are getting this get started button. So this logic is perfectly working. Now we have successfully integrated the Clerk in the client project. Next, we will create the backend. And in the backend, we will use the webhooks so that when the user log in on the website or create an account, then we will save the data in the MongoDB database. For that, here in this bg removal folder, we will create a new folder and write the folder name server. That is our backend server. Now in this server, we will right click and select open in integrated terminal. Now we have two terminals. First one is for the client and the second one is for the server, where we will set up the backend server. Now right click on this server and create a new file, that is server.js. Now just close other files. Now the server.js file is open, and in this terminal you can see we are at the server folder. So here we will add the command npm init. So our package name is server. Just press enter. All the options will be default. Here we have the entry point. So we have already created server.js file. That's why it is displaying server.js. So we will use the same file. Just press enter. We don't need any test command. Simply press enter. After that, you can see one package.json file. If I open it, here we are getting this main server.js. Then we have two scripts. One is test and the second one is start. Let me remove this test script. Here we are getting the script start. Here we have the node server.js file. Now whenever we will add npm run start, then it will run node server.js. So let's clear the terminal, and here we will install some packages for our backend. So here let's write npm install express. With that, we will install cors.env and nodemon. Then we will install the form data. After that, we will install JSON web token. After that, we will install mongoose. Then we will install multer. Then we will install Axios, and after that we will install SWix. Then install the Razorpay. These packages are required to create our backend, so we will install all these packages. Just press enter and wait for the package installation to be completed. Now all packages has been installed, and here we have Node modules folder. After that, we will create a simple Express app in this server.js file. But before that, here we will create one environment file. So here in this server folder, we will create .env file, and in this .env file, we will store the secret keys for different application. After that, let's close this file and come to server.js file, and here we will set up one simple Express app. In this file, first we will import .env/config. By using this, we will get all the environment variable in the backend process. After that, we will import Express from Express package. After that, we will import course from course package. After that, here we will add the comment, and here we will write app config. Here first we will define the port number on which port our backend will start. So let's add const port equal to. Here we will get the port number from the environment variable. For that, simply add process.env.port. If the port is not defined in the environment variable, then we will use the port number 4000. After that, we will initialize the instance using the Express package. So just add const app equal to Express. After that, we will create one API route. So let's add the comment, and we will write API routes. Let's create one route using the get method. So just add app.get. Our endpoint will be /. Here we will add the arrow function. In this one, we will get the parameter request and response. Now we will send one response using the send method. Here we will add the message, that is API working. So here we have created one API route, and here we have defined the port. Now let's start this app on this port number. So let's write app.listen method, and in this method we will provide the port that we have declared here. After that, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will add the message in console. So just add console log and write the message, that is server running on port. Then add the port number that we will get from this port variable. So we have created one simple Express app. After that, we will add the comment, and here we will write initialize middlewares. So let's add the comment initialize middlewares. Here we will add the middleware, that is app.use, then express.json. By using this, whenever we will get any request on the server, then it will be parsed using the JSON method. After that, we will add one more middleware. So just add course. By using this, we can connect our client that is running on the different port to the backend server. We will save the changes. After that, in this package.json file, we will create one new script. So here we will write the script server and in this one we will use nodemon, then server.js. By using this nodemon, we will restart the server whenever we will make any changes in the code file. So it will automatically restart the backend server. Now to run this project, we'll simply write npm run server. So in this server folder, we are adding this command npm run server. Let's press enter. Here we are using the import statement. So first we have to make our project modular. So in this package.json file, here we will add type and we'll write module. Save the changes. Now whenever we make any changes, so it automatically start our server and you can see the message server running on port 4000. Now let's come back to the web browser. Let's close these files and here we will open a new tab and here we will type localhost port 4000. Now you can see the message API working on this localhost port 4000. So the API is working fine. Next we will set up our backend. So we will create the folder structure for our backend. So in this server folder, we will create a new folder with the name configs. Inside this folder, we will create all the configuration file like database configuration and other. After that, in this server folder, let's create another folder with the name controllers. In this folder, we will create all the controller functions that contains the backend API logic. After that, let's create a new folder in this server folder with the name middlewares. Inside this folder, we will create the middlewares like authentication middleware or form data parsing middlewares, etc. After that, let's create one more folder with the name models. In this folder, we will create Mongoose model that contains the structure. In that structure, the data will be stored in the database. After that, we'll create one more folder with the name routes. In this one, we will define multiple routes for different purpose. Now the folder structure is ready for our backend. Now we will create a new model. By using that model, we will store the users in the database. Suppose any user click on this sign in button and created one account, then we will store the user account data in the database. For that, in this models, we will create the model for the user data. Before that, we will set up the database in the backend project. For that, let's come to web browser and we will open MongoDB Atlas. Let's open this page. From here, we will create our database account. After creating the account, we will get one URI and we will use that URI in the project. Let's click on this Google sign in button. After that, click on this connect button. We will select Compass. Here we will select Compass. From here, we will get the URI. So let me just copy this URI from here. Now just come back to the VS Code editor and we will open .env file in the server folder. Here we will create one variable, that is MongoDB URI. And in this one, we will paste the URI. Make sure to remove the / at the end. From here, we have to replace the database password that we have created while creating this database cluster. Here we have to replace the password. You have to enter the password that you have created while creating the database. So let me add my password. After that, save the changes and we will open this config folder, and here we will create a new file, that is mongodb.js. In this file, we will import the mongoose from mongoose package. Now we will create the arrow function with the name connectDB. It will be one async arrow function, so just add async and create the arrow function. After that, we will add await mongoose.connect. Then we will add the $sign curly braces. Here we will provide our MongoDB URI. So just add process.env. From here just copy the environment variable name and paste it here. After that we will provide slash and the project name. So the project name is bg removal. After that we have to export it. That is the connectDB function. So just add export default. We will provide our function name, that is connectDB. After that, here we will add mongoose.connection.on. Here we will provide the event name, that is connected. After that, we will pass the arrow function. Whenever we will be connected with the MongoDB, then this function will be executed, and in that case we will display the message in console. So just add console.log database connected. Now save the changes, and after that let's come to server.js file. In this app config, let's add await and we will call connectDB function. We are getting this suggestion, just click here. Here we have to add the extension, that is .js, and we will call this connectDB function. Now save the changes. Now you can see in the terminal we are getting two messages: database connected, server running on port 4000. So now the database is successfully connected with the MongoDB. Now our Express app is successfully connected with the MongoDB database. Next we will create the models for the user's data. So in this model folder we will create a new file and write the file name usermodel.js. Here first we have to import mongoose from mongoose package. After that, to create the model we have to define the schema. To describe the schema, we will add the variable with the name user schema equal to, we will use new keyword and we will use the mongoose.schema constructor. In this one we will add the object, and here we will define the structure of a user model. So first we need the Clerk ID. In this one we will store the user's Clerk ID, and the property type will be a string. After that we will make it required. So just add required true, and it must be unique. So let's add unique and we will make it true. So whenever we will create a user, then we need this Clerk ID and it must be a unique value. After that, let's create a copy of this, and here we need the email property. The type will be a string, required true and unique true. Now let's create one more copy. Here we will provide photo. The photo type will be a string, required true, but we can remove this unique property. Now let's create one more copy. Here we have to provide the first name. Type will be a string and we will remove this required property. Similarly, let's create one more copy and name it as last name. Let's make the N capital. After that, Here we will add another property, that is credit balance. So just add credit balance. Here we will add the type, it is number. Then the default value will be 5. So whenever user create an account, then the user will get 5 credit for free. That's why we have added the default value 5. Now the schema for the user is ready, where we have declared the clerk ID, email, photo, first name, last name and credit balance. Now by using this user schema, we will create the user model. For that, just add const user model equal to mongoose.models.user, or we will provide mongoose.model, then provide the user, then provide the user schema. Now the model is ready. Next we have to export this model from this file so that we can use it in any other functions. So let's add export default user model. Now the model is ready. Now we can use this model to create the users in the database. So whenever we will create the account using this clerk, then the user data will be saved by the clerk. Now I want to share the data with our backend so that when the user creates the account, then we will store the user's data in our database. For that we have to use the clerk webhook. So just add clerk webhooks. Let's open this website. Whenever we will create one account, we will get this type of data using the webhooks. So by using this data, we can save the user in our database. So now we will set up the webhooks in the backend project. For that, first we will create the new controller function. So in this controllers folder, let's create a new file with the name usercontroller.js. Here we will create the controller function. So let's add one comment. Here we will write API controller function to manage clerk user with database. Then we will add the API endpoint. So the API will be created at http://localhost port 4000/API/user/webhooks. So we will create this webhooks endpoint. Now let's create the arrow function here. So let's add const clerk webhooks. It will be one async arrow function. So just add async keyword and create the arrow function. In this parameter, we will get request and response. Here we will add the logic so that whenever we will create a new user in the front end, then we'll get the user data in our backend also. After this, we need a public IP to work with clerk webhooks. To get the public IP, we will use Versal that will assign a domain to our backend, and we will use that domain as a public IP in the clerk webhooks. So first we will initialize the Git. Let's click on this button, initialize repository. Here we have to commit it. Here it is displaying multiple files. So we have to exclude the node modules folder. For that, let's come to this bg removal folder. In this one we have client and server. Now here in this root folder, we'll create a new file with the name gitignore. So just add .gitignore. Now in this file, simply write node_modules. So it will ignore all the files from this folder. Save the changes. Now you can see 58 files. Let's click on this icon again. And here we will add one comment. So let me add the comment. First commit and click on this commit button. Click on yes. Now we have created one Git repository. Next we have to publish this branch on the GitHub repository. So just click on this publish branch. I have already connected the VS Code with the GitHub account. If you have not connected, you will get a prompt to connect your GitHub account with this VS Code. So here you can see we have two options, private and public repository. So let me select private repository with the name BG removal. Just click here. Now it is uploading all our files on the GitHub. Now you can see we have successfully uploaded this project on the GitHub. Now in this server folder, we have to create one Vercel.js file. So let's create that file. We will create a new file in this server folder and write the file name Vercel.json. After that, let's come back to the web browser and we will open github.com/greatstackdev. Here you can see one nodes repository. Let me open this. And here we have this Vercel.json config for Mern. Let me open this one. Here you can see we have Vercel.json config for Express backend. So let me just copy this one and come back to the VS Code, and in this Vercel.json file we will paste the code. We are using server.js as main file, that's why here you can see we have added server.js. If you are using index.js or main.js, then you have to replace this file name. Now save the changes and again we will commit the changes. So here we will add the comment added Vercel.json and click on the commit button. Click on yes. Then click on the sync changes. Now the files has been synced. Now we will open the GitHub account. Let's come to the github.com. I'll sign in. So now we have one repository, BG removal. Let me open this. In this one, you can see all the files has been uploaded, and after that we have to open vercel.com. Then click on the login button. I will continue with Google. Now let's add a new project. From here we will select this BG removal. Click on import. After that, here we have to select the root directory. So click on this edit button and from here select this server. Then click on continue button. Here we have to add the environment variables. So just click here and come back to the VS Code. Let's open .env file and copy this one. After that, paste it in this Vercel environment variable. So it will add the key and value. After that, here we have to provide the project name. So let me add the project name BG removal GS, that is Great Stack. We have provided the name. Then we have selected the server as root directory. We don't have to change anything in this framework. After that, just click on this deploy button. Now the deployment has started. Let me just wait for a few seconds. Now we have this message, congratulations. And here we have the button called continue to dashboard. Let me click here. And in this dashboard, you can see we have one domain. From here, we can access our backend. So let me copy this backend URL and paste it in the new tab. So you can see the backend is working. We are getting the message API working. Now we have deployed the backend on Vercel. Let me copy this URL from here, and now let's come back to the Clerk website. In this integration document, you can see Clerk dashboard. Just click here. Now we are at Clerk dashboard. Now just click on this webhooks option, and here you can see one button called add endpoint. Let me click here, and in this endpoint URL we have to paste the backend link. So let me add the complete URL, https:// then bgremoval.js versal.app. After that, we need the webhooks at this endpoint, that is /API/user/webhooks. So let me just copy it and paste it here. So now we have provided the complete URL for the webhooks endpoint. After that, here we have to subscribe the events. So scroll down and we will select user created at edge, user deleted, and user updated. Select all these and just click on this create button. Now we have created our endpoint, and in the right side you can see we have this sign in secret. Let's click on this eye icon. Now we will get the secret key. So just copy it and come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open .env file. Here we will create a new environment variable. So let me add the name, Clerk webhook secret. And paste the key that we have just copied. Save the changes. Now we have this webhook secret key, and by using this secret key we will create the user controller function where we will get the user events. To create this Clerk webhooks, here we have to create one try catch block. In this try block we will add the logic. Using that we will verify this webhooks. So first we will import webhook from svix package. After that, here we will add the comment. Here we will write create a svix instance with Clerk webhook secret. After that, here we will create one variable with the name whook equal to new, and we will use this webhook that we have imported from the svix package. After that, we have to provide our Clerk webhook secret. So just add process.env dot, and we have to provide the environment variable name. So let's open .env file and copy this name, Clerk webhook secret. Copy and paste it here. After that, here we have to verify the header using this whook. So if I come to this web page, webhooks, and here if I click on this testing, now we can test an event. So let me click on this user created. So here, whenever a new user will be created, at this endpoint we will get these data in the body of the request. And in the header we will get some svix ID, svix timestamp, and svix signature. We will use these info to verify this webhook event. For that, let's add await, and we will use whook dot verify method, and in this one we have to pass the request body in the JSON stringify method. So just add json.stringify and just paste request.body. After that, we will add the curly braces, and in this object we will define the svix ID, svix timestamp, and svix signature. So we will add svix ID. Here we will add request.headers, and in this one we will type svix ID. After that, we will add svix timestamp, and in this one we will add request.headers, and we will write svix timestamp. After that, we have to add the SVIX signature. So let's add SVIX signature and let's provide request.headers, and in this one we have to provide SVIX signature. After this method, if this SVIX ID, timestamp and signature is correct according to the webhook secret, then the process will execute further, else we will get the error. So when any error occurs, then the catch block will be executed. So in this catch block we will add console log, and where we'll console the error message. So just add error.message. With that, we will create one response. So just add response.json. Here we will add the object where we will define the success property false. Here we will add the message, and in the message we will provide error.message. Suppose we don't have any error, it means the webhook events is correct. In that case, we will check the type of that event. For that, first we will destructure the data and type from the body. So we will type request.body. In this data, we will get these data like email address, first name, ID, and in the type, we will get the event type. So here you can see user.created. This is one event. If the user is updated, then we will get the user.updated, and if the user is deleted, then we will get user.deleted. By using this event type, we will create the logic to save, update and delete the user from the database. For that, here we will use the switch case. In this key property, we have to add the type that we are getting from the request body. Here we will create multiple cases for multiple events. Here we will use user.created. After that, we will add the curly braces, and inside this curly braces we will add this break. Now let's create one more copy of this case, copy and paste it. The second event will be user.updated. After that, let's create one more copy, and in this case we will add the type user.deleted. So we have created three cases. So according to the event type, this switch case will work. Now we will add the logic for the user created. So if we get any event like user created, then we will get the user data from this event and we will save that data in the database. So just add const user data equal to. If I open user model, here we need the clerk ID, email, photo, first name and last name to create a new user. For that, here we will write clerk ID, and in this one we will use the data.id. So in this data you can see we will get this ID as a string. We will save this data.id in this clerk ID. After that, we will add the email property, and in this one we will use data.email. So in this data we are getting this email addresses. Let's copy this one and paste it here, data.email addresses. In this one we are getting multiple objects. Suppose if we have provided multiple emails in the account, then we will get multiple emails. As you can see, this is an array, and in this one we have this first object. In this object we have this email address property ID linked to property object and verification property. Now we will use this email address property to get the email address. Because this is an array, so we will use the element 0, and in this one we will use this email address property. So let's copy and paste it. Now we have the clerk ID and email ID of the user. After that we will add the first name property. So let's add first name, and in this one we will get the user's first name. For that, in this data object you can see we are getting first name. So let's copy and paste it here with data.firstname. After that we need the last name. We will write last name. After that we will add data dot, and in this data we are getting last name and it is giving one string. So let's copy this property, paste it here, last name. Now we have clerk ID, email, first name, last name. Next we need the photo property. So just add photo. To get the user's photo, we are getting this image URL. Let's use this property. So just use data.imageURL. Now we have the data. To create a new user, we have the clerk ID, email, first name, last name, and photo of the user. Next we have to create the user in the database. So just add await, and here we will use the user model dot create method, and in this one we will pass user data that we have just created. And after creating this user, simply write response.json, and here simply add the empty object. Now we have created the logic to create the user in the database. Now we have to add the logic to update the user data in the database. So in this case, first we will create the user data like this. So let's just copy this and paste it here. From here, we will remove this clerk ID, because after creating the account, we never update the user clerk ID. We can update the email, first name, last name, and photo. So we have added these 4 properties. After that, we have to update the user using this data. So just add await, user model, and we will use the method find one and update. In this one we will find the user data using the clerk ID. So just add curly braces. We will write clerk ID, and in this one we will provide data.id. After that we will provide this updated data. So just write user data. After that, if the user update the name, email ID or photo, then we will get the latest data in the database. After that we will create one response using the JSON method, and here we will pass empty object. Now we have added the logic for the user update and user create. Next we will add the logic for the user delete. This logic is simple. Here we have to use the await, user model, and here we will use find one and delete method. In this one we will add the object where we will define the clerk ID, and here we will add data.id. So it will find the user using this clerk ID and delete that user from the database. After that we will add response.json, and here we will add this empty object. Now we have successfully created this logic for the webhook. After that we have to export these functions from this file. For that, here we will write export, then add one object, and in this object we will write clerk webhooks. Let's save the changes, and after that we will come to routes folder, and in this folder we will create a new route. So just create a new file and write the file name userroutes.js. in this one, first we have to import the Express package. After that, we will import the controller function that we have created in the user controller file. So just add Clerk webhooks. Now we are getting this from this controller folders and user controller.js file. After that, here we will create one router using this Express package. So just add const user router equal to, and here we will use express dot router interface. By using this router, we will create a new endpoint. So here we will write user router dot post method. After that, in this post method, we will write our endpoint path, that is /webhooks. After that, we will add the controller function, that is Clerk webhooks. Now we have created this route. Next we have to export this user router from this file. So just add export default, then export this user router. Now we have created the new router and new route for the webhook. Now we will use this router to create the API. So just come to server.js file, and here after this API route, here we will add app.use, and in this one we will add the endpoint path, that is /API/user. After that, we will add the user router. So we are getting this suggestion user router from this file. Let's click here, so it will automatically import this. After that, we have to save the changes. Here we are getting one error. Let me open user controller.js file, and here we have imported this user model. So here we have to add .js extension. Save the changes again. Now the database has been connected and server is running successfully on the port 4000. After that, we have to click on this button. Then we will add the comment. So we will add webhooks added and click on this commit button. Click on yes. Then click on sync. After that, we will come back to the web browser and we will open this Vercel website. Then go to deployments. Now you can see the new deployment has been started. After that, in this .env file, we have created a new env, right? So we have to copy it and go to settings, then environment variables, and here just paste the new environment variable, then click on save button. Now we have two environment variables, that is Clerk webhooks and MongoDB URI. After that, let's come back to the deployments. Now let's create a new deployment. So just click on create deployment. We will select the main branch and click on this create deployment button. So it will again start the deployment. Let us wait for few seconds. Now let's come back to the web browser, and first we will delete this account. So go to security, then click on delete button, and here we have to write this delete account and click on this button. Now account has been deleted. Let's open the MongoDB database. From here we will click on this browse collections. Here we will get this BG removal. As you can see, we have one users collection, and in this collection we don't have any data. Now let's click on this button and click on continue with Google. Now the new account has been created. Let's come to the home page. After that, let's come back to the MongoDB and click on this refresh button. As you can see, we have created the account on our front end using the Clerk, and in the MongoDB database we have the user details. So we have the Clerk ID, then email address, photo, first name, last name, and this credit balance that is default generated with the value 5. Now let's click on this profile icon, manage account. Let's update this profile. If I click on this update button, then click on upload, we will upload one image. After that, let's come back to the MongoDB database and click on the refresh button. Now from here we can copy this image URL and we will open the new tab and paste this image URL. So you can see the new image URL that we have just uploaded in the front end, and this image URL has been saved in the MongoDB database. So the webhooks is perfectly working for the user created and user update events. Now let's test the user delete event. So let's go to security, click on this delete account button, then write this message delete account and click on this delete account button. Now let's come back to the MongoDB database. Click on the refresh button. So you can see this user collections is empty. It means the user has been deleted from the database. So this webhook is perfectly working. After that, let's log in again and click on this continue with Google. Now we are logged in. After that, we will come back to the home page, and in this design file you can see we have to display the credits and we have to display the user's name. So to display the credits, let's come back to the user controller.js file, and here we will create a new controller function to get the user's credit data. So first we will add the comment, and here we will write API controller function to get user available credits data. After that, here we will create the arrow function. So just add const user credits equal to, and here we will use the async and create the arrow function. After that, in this parameter, we will get the request and response. Here we will add the try catch block. From this catch block, we will copy the statement and paste it in this catch block. Here we have exported this Clerk webhooks, so let's cut it and we will paste it at the end, at the bottom of this page. Now in this try block, we will add the logic that will return the user credit. So just add const Clerk ID equal to request.body. We will get the Clerk ID from the request.body. We will not send this Clerk ID in the request body. Instead, we will send a middleware that will verify the token, and from the token, we will get this Clerk ID. After that, we will create a variable with the name user data. In this variable, we will store the user data of the user that we will find using this Clerk ID. So just add await user model dot find one method. After that, we will add the object, and here we will define the Clerk ID. Now we have passed the Clerk ID that we are getting from request.body. After that, we will create one response using the JSON method, and in this one, we will add success property that is true. After that, we will add the credits property. And here we have to add the user's credit data. So just add user data dot credit balance. Now the controller function is ready. We will export this function here. So in this object, we will write user credits. After that, we will create one middleware for this controller function from where we can verify the user. So in this middleware folder, let's create a new middleware. So we'll create a new file and write the file name auth.js. In this file, first we have to import the JWT token. So just add import JWT from JSON web token. After that, we will add one comment. Here we will write middleware function to decode JWT token to get Clerk ID. After that, we will create one arrow function. So just add const auth user equal to async. Here we will create one arrow function. In this parameter, we will get request, response and next function. So just add request, response and next function. After that, here also we will add the try catch block, and in this catch block, let's come back to the user controller and just copy the statement from this catch block and paste it here. From here, we will export this auth user function. So just add export default auth user. Now in this try block, we will add the logic that will convert the token to Clerk ID. Before that, let's come back to the web browser and we will come to dashboard. And from this dashboard, we will click on sessions. And here we will click on this customize sessions. In our database, we have added the Clerk ID that is saved as user.id in this Clerk dashboard. So here we will write Clerk ID. After that, we will add the colon. And after this colon, we will simply click on this user ID. So now you can see here we have added the Clerk ID and user ID. After that, we will click on this save button. Now whenever this session token will be created in that one, we will get this Clerk ID. And in the Clerk ID property, we will get the user ID. Next, we have to verify the token, and after that, we will copy the Clerk ID in the request body. For that, we have created this middleware. So here we are using this middleware because we are at the development mode. If you are working with production, you can use the Express Clerk middleware. If you come to this website, here you will get the Clerk Express with auth. You can use this one also in the production level project. So whenever you have to create a production level project, then you have to use this Clerk Express with auth. But currently we are in the development, so we are using this manual JWT verification. So after this, first we will get the token from the header. So just add const curly braces token equal to request.headers. So whenever we create a API request to get the user data or anything related to user, then in the header we will provide this token that we will get from Clerk session token. After that, here we will check. If we don't have any token in the header, in that case, we will generate one response. So just add a return response.json, and in this one we will add the success property that is false. And after that, we will add the message that is not authorized, login again. Now if we have the token, then we will verify the token and decode that token. So just add the const, and here we will add the variable name token decode. Then use the jwt.decode method, and in this one we will add the token that we will get from the header. After that, we will get the Clerk ID in this token decode. So here we will add the clerk ID in the request body. So simply write request.body.clerk ID equal to token decode.clerk ID. After that, we will call the next callback function. Now we have created the auth user function. So we have successfully created this middleware to decode the token and get the clerk ID from the JWT token. Now we will use this auth middleware in this user credits controller function to create an API that will return the user available credit. For that, let's come to user routes.js file. After that, here we will create one new endpoint using user router.get method, and here we will add the endpoint that is /credits. Here we have to add the middleware. So let's add auth user. So the file will be imported. After this middleware, we will add the controller function that is user credits. So let's click on this suggestion. So it has been imported. Now save the changes. Now the API route is ready. If I come back to the web browser, we will create this section in the navigation bar where we can display the available credits of the user. So let's open the client folder. From here, let's open src components and open navbar.jsx file. Before that, here we will create one context also. Using that, we can maintain our states and logic in a center place. So in this src folder, we have created a context folder, and in this context folder, let's create a new file and write the file name that is appcontext.jsx. Here we will write const appContext equal to create context. So here we have created this context. Now just export this context, and after that we will create the appContextProvider function. So just add const appContextProvider equal to, here we will create this arrow function. In the parameter, we will get the props. After that, here we will add one variable with the name value. It will be one object, and in this object, whenever we store any variable or function, then we can access it in any component in the project. So let's add the return statement, and here we will return appContext.provider tag. Within this, we will add props.children. After that, in this tag, we will add the value property, and in this value, we will add this variable, which is value. After that, we will export this appContextProvider function from this file. So let's add export default, and here we will add this appContextProvider function. Next, we have to add this appContextProvider function in the main.jsx file so that any component can access our context. So after this clerk provider, we will add appContextProvider tag. So you can see the appContextProvider has been imported here, and within this tag we will move this app component. Now we will get the support of appContext in our project. Now save the changes and close this file. After that, here we will create one state variable. So just add const credit setCredit equal to use state, and initialize this value with boolean data false. After that, here we will create one arrow function with the name load credits data, and it will be used to get the credit data from the API. For that, just add const load credits data, and it will be one asynchronous arrow function. Here we will create this arrow function, and in this function we will add the try catch block. We have to call the API in this try block, and for that we need the user session token and backend URL. So to get that, let's open .env file, and here we will create a new environment variable with the name wheat backend URL. So let's write wheat backend URL and equal to http:/localhost port 4000. Now save the changes. Close this file. Here we will create one variable with the name backend URL. Here we will get the backend URL from the environment variable. For that, let's write import.meta.env. We have to add the variable name from this environment variable. So let's paste this wheat backend URL. Now we have the backend URL in this variable. Next we have to get the user session token. So to get the user session token, we will write const curly braces get token, and here we will get the token using use auth hook. We have to import this use auth hook. So just add import curly braces use auth from @clerk/clerk react. After that, we will come to this try block, and here we will generate one token using this get token method. So just write const token equal to await, then use get token method, and after this we have the token and backend URL. Now we can call the API. So to call the API, we will use the Axios. So if I open package.json, here we have not installed the Axios in our dependencies. So first we have to install the Axios. So let's open this terminal where the front end is running. So let's stop this project using Ctrl+C and Y, and here we will type npm install Axios. Now the Axios package has been installed. After that, we will run our project. So just add npm run dev. Now in this context, first we have to import the Axios package. So just write import Axios from Axios package. After that, we will use this Axios to create an API call. So write const curly braces data equal to await, and we will use the axios.get method. In this one, first we will provide the backend URL plus we will add our endpoint path, that is /API/user/credit. After that, we have to add the headers. So just add the curly braces. We will define the headers, and in this one we will add the object where we will add this token that we are generating from this get token method. After that, we will get the response. So here we will check if our data.success is true. It means the API call is successfully executed, and here we will get the credits data. We will save that credit in this credits state. For that, here we will write set credit and we will provide data.credits. Suppose any error occurs in this try block, then the catch block will be executed. So here we will console log the error, and with that we will display a toast notification. So to display the toast notification, first we have to set up the React Toastify. So let's come back to the web browser and we will open a new tab, and here we will search for React Toastify. Let's open this npm website. Scroll down, we will get this to import statement. So let me just copy these import statement and come back to the app.jsx file, and in this file, after this import, just paste the lines that we have copied. After that, in this div we will add toast container tag, and in this tag we will define the position, that is bottom right. So whenever we will get the toast notification, the notification will be displayed in the bottom right position. After that, close this file and come back to the app.context.jsx file, and here we will create one toast notification. So first we have to import the toast. So let's add import toast. Here we will write from React Toastify package. After that, in this catch block, we will add toast.error. In this one, we will provide error.message. After that, this load credit data function is ready, and here we have the credit state where we will get the user credit. Now in this value object, we will add this credit state, set credit setter function, and load credits data. So here we have added this state variable and functions, and we can access it in any component. With that, we will also add the backend URL. Now save the changes and come back to the navbar.jsx file. Here, first we will get the state variables from the context. So just add const curly braces credit. After that, we will get the load credits data function. Then we will use the use context hook to access the context, and in this one we will provide our app context. Now we have the credit and load credits data function. Here we will create one use effect, and in this one we will pass the arrow function. Here first we will check if the user is signed in or not. If the user is signed in that case we will call this load credits data function. And if the user is not signed in, then we will not call that function. For that, let's add the dependency array, and in this one we will provide is sign in. So whenever this property gets changed, then the function will get executed. After that, we will add the if statement, and in this one we will add is sign in property. After that, we will add the load credits data. Here we will call this function. Now just come to app.context file. After getting this credits data, we will add the console log for temporary purpose. So let's add data.credits. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let's click on inspect and go to console. So in console you can see we are getting this number 5. That is the credit of this user. So our function is perfectly working. After that, let's come to navbar.jsx file, and now we are getting the credit. Next we have to display this credit in the navigation bar. As you can see in this Figma design file, we have to display this credit in the left, and in the right side we have to display the user's name. So in this div, we will add one button, and in this button, we will add one image tag, and in this image src, let's add assets dot credit icon. After that, we will add one p tag, and in this p tag, we will add the text credits colon, and here we have to display the value. For that, let's add the curly braces, and in this one we will write this credit state. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we are getting this icon and credits 5. Next we will add the CSS properties. So first we will add the class name in this div, and here we will provide flex item center gap 2, and for larger screen we will add the gap 3. After that, we will add the class name property in this button tag. So here we will write class name, and here we will provide flex item center gap 2 background blue 100 padding x, then padding x for different screen size, then we will add the padding y, then border radius full. Save the changes. After that, we will add the hover effect on this button. For that, here we will add hover scale 105, transition all, and duration of 700 milliseconds. Save the changes. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this image tag. So here we will provide class name property, that is w5. Now we will add the class name property in this p tag. Here we will write text extra small. For different device we will add the text small, font medium, text gray 600. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now it is looking good. Here we have added this hover effect. After that, we have to display the username also. For that, after this button tag, let's create one p tag, and in this p tag we will write hi curly braces, and in this one we will use user.fullname. Now in this paragraph tag, let's add the class name property. Here we will write text gray 600. For mobile device we will add hidden, so it will be hidden on phone. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting high grade stack and this credit. So this logic is working fine. After that, we will create the state variable and function to remove the background from the uploaded image. For that, we will come to app.context.jsx file, and here we will create one state variable with the name image. Here we will write const and write the variable name image, and setter function name is setImage equal to use state, and initialize this value with false. After that, let's come to this value object, and here we will provide this image and setImageSetter function. After that, we will create one remove background function that will be executed after uploading one image. After this load credit data function, here we will create a new function with the name removeBG. So write const removeBG equal to, and it will be one async arrow function, so write async and create the arrow function. After that, in this parameter we will get the image. After that, let's add the try catch block. From this catch block, let's copy the statement and paste it in this catch block. In this value object, we will add this removeBG function. After that, let's come to header.jsx file, and here let's add const curly braces and here we will get the remove bg function. We will get it from context, so just add equal to use context and provide the app context. After that, we will link this function with our input field onChange property. So whenever we will change the image, then this function will be executed. So in this input field, let's add the onChange property, and in this onChange property, we will pass the event, and here we will call remove bg function, and in this one we have to provide the file. For the image file, we will use e.target.files index 0. After that, let's remove this name property, and here we will add the accept, and in this one we will add the image /star, so that whenever we will click on this input field, then we can select only image file. Now after this, let's come to upload.jsx file, and here we will get that function, that is remove bg, and we will get it from use context and provide the app context file. Here also, in this input field, we will add the onChange property, and here we will pass the event, and here we will call the remove bg function, and in this one just provide e.target.files index 0. With that, we will remove this name property, and here we will add the accept property, and in this let's add image /star. Now whenever we will select the image, then this remove bg function will be executed. In that case, in this try block, let's add the console log, and we will add this image that we are getting from the parameter. Let's come back to the web browser. We will open inspect and go to console. If I reload this web page, and from here if I select any image like this, so here we are getting this image file in the console. We will save this image file in this image state variable. For that, in this function we will add one check, that will be if user is logged in or not. For that, here let's write const curly braces is signed in, and we will get it from use user hook, and we will get this use user hook from the Clerk package. As you can see, it has been imported from the Clerk React. After that, in this try block, let's add the if statement, and we will check if the user is not signed in. In that case, we will display a toast notification. In that case, we will display a login pop-up. So before that, here let's add the const, and here let's add open sign in, and we will get it from use Clerk hook. So when we'll click here, it has been imported. Now in this if statement, we will call that function. So let's write return open sign in function, that will open the sign in pop-up component. If the user is already signed in that case, first we will set one image. So let's add set image, and we'll set the image that we are getting from the parameter. So we have provided the image in this state variable. After that, we'll create one more state variable to store the result image that we will get from the backend. For that, let's create one state variable with the name result image. So just add const result image, set result image equal to use a state, and provide the boolean data false. Again, come back to the remove bg function, and after setting this image, we will set result image false. After that, we will send the user on the result page. For that, let's remove this console log, and here we will use the navigate function. So first we will create the navigate function. Const navigate equal to, here we will use the use navigate hook. So use navigate has been imported. After that, here we will navigate the user on result page. So just add navigate, and in this one we will provide the path, that is /result. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we are already logged in, and click on this button and select one image. Now you can see we are redirected to the result page. After that, we will create one API that will receive this image file and remove the background from the image and return the image again. For that, let's come back to the server folder, and in this one we will open the controller folder, and here let's create a new file, that is imagecontroller.js. In this one, we will receive the image from the front end, and we will remove the background of that image. To remove the background of the image, we will use clip drop. Clip drop provides the background removal API. If I come to this API, here you can see we have this remove background API. We will use this API to remove the background from our application. So first, let's click on the sign in button, and here we will provide the email ID. Let's provide the email ID, user.greatstack@gmail.com. Then click on sign up, sign in button. So we will receive one email. Let's go to my email. Here we have received the image from the clip drop API. Let's click on this link. After that, we will see the user ID, email ID, and credits. Here we can claim 100 free credits that we will use in our application. So let's click on this button, claim my 100 free credits. Here we have to provide the name. So I'll write the name GreatStack. Then we have to provide the phone number. Then click on this claim my credits. You will receive one OTP on your phone number. You have to enter the OTP. After adding the OTP, just click on this OK button. Now you can see we have claimed the 100 free credits. If you need more credit for the application, you can purchase more from this button. 100 credits are enough for our development project, so we will use this credit. First, we have to get the API key, so let's click on this button, reveal API key. And from here, we will copy this API key. After that, let's open the VS Code editor, and in this server folder, we will open .env file. And here we will create one environment variable to store our clip drop API key. So we will write clip drop underscore API and store our API key. Now save the changes and close this file. Now open image controller.js file. Here first we will import the required packages to call the clip drop API to remove the background. So let's write import Axios from Axios package. After that we will import file system from file system, that is FS. After that we will import form data from form data package. After that we will import the user model. Here we have to provide the .js extension. After that we will create the controller function to remove the background of the image. So first let me add the comment. Controller function to remove background from image. Here we will create the arrow function, so just add const remove bg image equal to async and create the arrow function. After that we will get the parameter, that is request and response. In this one we will add the try catch block. In this catch block, let's come back to the user controller, copy the statement from this catch block and paste it in this catch block. Here we will add export, and in this export we will export this remove bg image controller function. After that we will add the logic in this try block to remove the background. So first our challenge is to get the image from the front end to back end. For that we will use the form data. To parse the form data in the Express.js, we are going to use one middleware that we will create using the multer package. So in this middlewares, let's create a new file and write the file name multer.js. In this file, simply import the multer package. After that, here we will create the disk storage configuration. So let's add the comment. We will write the comment creating multer middleware for passing form data. After that we will create the variable with the name storage, and in this one we will store the multer disk storage configuration. So let's write multer dot disk storage, and in this one we will add one object where we will define the file name, and in this file name let's add the function. In this function we will pass the parameter, that is request, file and callback function. After that here we will add the curly braces, and in this function we will call the callback function, and in this one we will provide two parameters. First one is null and the second one will be a new file name to our file. So to provide a new file name, let's add this backticks, $ curly braces, and to make this file name unique we will use date.now that will return a timestamp. After that we will concat the original file name. For that let's add $ curly braces, and here we will add the file.original name. So now we have created the disk storage configuration. Now we'll create the middleware using this disk storage. So let's add one variable with the name upload, and in this one we will call the multer package. In this multer package we will add the curly braces, and here let's add the storage that we have created here. Now our middleware is ready to pass the form data. After that here we will add export default, and here we will write the name of the middleware, which is upload. Now by using this middleware and this remove bg image controller function, we will create one new route. To create a new route, in this routes folder, let's create a new file and write the file name imageroutes.js. In this file, first we will import the express package. So just add import express from the express package. After that, here we will import the controller function. So just add import curly braces, remove bg image. We are getting the suggestion, just click here, and here we have to add the extension .js. After that, we will import our middleware, that is upload, that we have created in this middleware folder multer.js file. So we are getting the suggestion, just click here. So it has been imported. After that, we have to get this auth user. So let's add import auth user from middleware/auth.js file. Now we have imported all these controller function and packages. After that, we will create the route. So to create the route, we have to initialize a new router. So just add const image router equal to express.router. Now we have the router, and using this router, we will create a new endpoint. So let's write image router.post, and in this one, we will add the path, that is /remove bg. After that, we will add the middleware, that is this upload middleware, that will parse our form data. So here we will write upload.single, and in this one we have to provide the field name in which we are sending the image. So whenever we will send the image, we will send the image with image field name. So that's why I have added image. After that, we will attach one more middleware, that is auth user, that will authenticate the user using the token and generate the clerk ID. After that, we will attach the remove bg image controller function. Now we have created this route. Now we will export this router. For that, just add export default image router. After that, let's come to server.js file, and here we will add app.use, and in this one we will add the path, that is /API/image, and in this one we will mount our image router. Let's click on it. So it has been imported. Now save the changes. So the server has been restarted. You can see database connected and server running on port 4000. After that, let's come to image controller.js file, and here we will write the logic to get the image and return the image after removing the background. So first, in this controller function, we will get the clerk ID from request.body. So just add const curly braces clerk ID, and we will get it from request.body. After that, we will find the user with this clerk ID. So just add const user equal to await. Here we will use user model dot find one method, and in this method we will add curly braces, and here we will provide the clerk ID that we are getting from the request body. Now we have the user. Now we will check if the user is available or not with this clerk ID. So let's add the if statement, and here we will write if not user. In that case, we will return one response. So just add return response.json. In this one, we will add the object, and here we will define success false. With that, we will add the message, that is user not found. Suppose we have the user with this Clerk ID. Then we will check the credit balance of that user. If user have the credit balance, then only user can remove the background. And if the credit balance is 0, then we will return a response where we will add the message no credit balance. For that, let's add the if statement, and in this one we will check if the user dot credit balance is equal to 0. In that case, we will return one response using the JSON method, and in this one we will provide object, and here let's define the success property, that is false. And here we will add the message also, that is no credit balance. With that, here we will add one more property, that is credit balance, and in this one we will provide user dot credit balance. Suppose user have some credit balance like 3 or 4 credit. In that case, first we will get the image path from the request file. So just add const image path equal to request.file.path. Now we have the image path. After that, we have to read this image file in one variable, so just add the file system. So let's add the comment, and here we will add the comment text reading the image file. After that, let's create one variable, so just add const image file, and in this one we will store the file using this path. So let's add the file system dot create read stream, and in this one we will add the image path. Now we have the image in this variable. After that, we will create a new form data, because when we come to clip drop page, and if I come to docs, if I click on this remove background and I scroll down, here you can see to remove the background of the picture, we have this API URL, and the request must be an HTTP post, and its body must be a multi-part form data. So we have to add this image in multi-part form data, then only we can use this clip drop API. For that, here we will write const form data equal to new form data. Now we have created the form data, and in this one we have to add the image file. As you can see, here you can see image file field with original image to process. So we have to add the image in this image underscore file field name. So let's add the form data dot append method, and in this one we will add the image underscore file. We are using this field name, and in this one we have to provide our file. So here simply write image file. Now the form data is ready, and here we have provided this clip drop API in the environment variable. Now we will use this form data and clip drop API to remove the background from this image file. For that, we will use Axios to make the API call to this clip drop API. So just add const curly braces data. We will get this data from response equal to await. Here we will use Axios dot post method, and in this one we have to provide the URL of the API. So let me just copy it from here, and we will paste it here. After that, we have to add the form data that we have just created here. After that, Here we have to add the headers. For that, let's add comma and this object, and in this object we will define the headers. So let's add headers, and in this headers we will add the object where we will add the API key. To send the API key, from here we will select the JavaScript. As you can see, in the headers we have to use this property to send the API key. So let me just copy it, X API key, paste it here. After that, here we have to provide the clip drop API key. So let's add process.env dot. Here we will provide the clip drop API key. So just open the environment variable, and from here let's copy this name. Come back to the image controller and paste this environment variable name. After adding this headers, here we will define the response type. So just add response type, and here we will add the array buffer. So we will get the response in the form of array buffer. That's why we have added the response type. Now in this data we will get the image with removed background. We have to send this data in a response to our front end. For that, we will create a base64 image with this data. So to create the base64 image, we will add the variable const base64 image equal to, we will use buffer dot from method. In this one, first we have to add the data that we are getting from the API. After that, we will add the type, that is binary. After that, we will add dot toString method, and in this one we will provide base64. Now here we will get the base64 image. Now we will create one more variable with the name result image. In this result image, we will use the template literal. So let's add the backticks, and here we will add data colon, and here we have to define the MIME type. For that, just add $ curly braces, then use request.file.MIME type. After adding this, we will add this semicolon. After that, let's add the base64. After that, let's add comma, $ curly braces, and here we will provide the base64 image from this variable. Now we have this result image. Now before sending this image to the user as a response, first we will deduct 1 credit from this user credit balance. Because we have successfully generated the image, next we will deduct the credit. For that, let's add await user model dot find by id and update method. Here we have to provide the user id that we will get from user._id property. After that, here we will add curly braces, and here we will update the credit balance. Here we will provide user.credit balance, and from here we will decrease it by 1. That's why we have added -1. Now right click and select format document. Now it is looking good. After that, we have deducted 1 credit from the credit balance. Next we will send this image to the user. For that, let's create one response using the JSON method, and here we will provide the success property, that is true. With that, we will add result image, and we will also add credit balance, and here we will provide the latest available credit of that user. So just add user dot credit balance, and we will deduct it by 1. So we will get the latest credit balance for the user. With that, here we will add one more property, that is message, and in the message we will add background removed. Now we are sending this response, success true, result image, latest credit balance, and message background removed. Now save this file. Now we have created the logic for the background removal. Now we have to link this API remove BG with our front end. For that, let's come to client folder, then go to src, then context and app context.jsx file, and we will complete this remove BG function. After this, navigate. Here we will generate one token. So let's write const token equal to await, and we will use get token method. After that, here we will create a form data where we will send the image to our backend. For that, we will add const form data equal to new form data. After that, in this form data, we will add our image. So first we will check if we have image. In that case, here we will append this image in our form data. So let's use append method on this form data, and here we will add the field name, that is image. In this field name, we will add our image that we will get from the parameter. After that, here we will call the API that we have just created. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and then use the axios.post method. In this one, first we will add the backend URL, and in this backend URL, we will add the endpoint address, that is /API/image/removebg. After that, we will add our form data, and here we will add the headers, and in the headers we will add one object where we will add token that we have generated here. After that, here we will get the response data, and here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we will get one image in base64 format, and we will store that image in this result image state variable. For that, in this if statement, we will call the set result image and provide data.result image. After that, we will update the credit balance also. So let's add data.credit balance. If we get this data.credit balance from the API, then we will set the credit, and here we will provide data.credit balance. Suppose this data.success is false. In that case, we will get the error message. So let's add the else statement, and in this else statement, we will create a toast notification using that error message. So let's add toast.error. Here we will provide data.message. Here also we will copy this same code. So let me just copy and paste it here. After that, if the balance is 0, then we will send the users on credit purchase page. So let's add the if statement, and here we will add if data.credit balance is equal to 0. In that case, we will call the navigate function, and in this navigate, we will add the path of our credit purchase page, that is /by. Now the function is ready. So whenever we will call this function, we will come to the result page, and after that we are calling this API that we have created in the backend to remove the background of the image. If the background is successfully removed, then we will get the image in this result image state. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web page. We will go to home page, refresh this web page. We will select one image. Let's select this image. Now this is the dummy images on this result page. So let me come back to the database. Here if I open this users and refresh this data, now you can see the credit balance has been reduced by 1. It means the image has been generated. Now the image is stored in this result image state. So we have to display this image in the result page. For that, let's come here in this value object and here we will add result image state and set result image. Now save the changes, come back to the home page, refresh it. And now let's come to pages folder result.jsx. In this page, first we will get the result image and image from the context API. So let's add const curly braces result image. With that we will get the image that we will upload. We will get these images from app context. So let's write use context hook, and in this one we will provide app context. Now we have the result image and image. Now here we are displaying this image. So if I type /result, you can see these images are static. So we will display these images from this state variables. So in this image src, let me remove this asset image and here we will provide one ternary operator. Here we will check if we have this image in the state variable. In that case, we will generate one URL using this image. So let's write url.createObjectURL, and in this one we will provide the image state. If we have this image, then we will display this image in this image tag. And if we don't have this image, then simply return one empty string. Now just come to the right side. Let me comment out this one. And let me remove this assets. Here we will provide ternary operator where we will check if we have this result image. Then simply provide this result image. And if we don't have this result image, then we will provide the empty string. And with that, we are displaying this loader, so it will be displayed until this image gets loaded. For that, here we will use the ternary operator. We will check if we don't have the result image. With that, we have the image. Then we will return this div. So let's remove it from here and paste it here. If we don't have the result image and we have this image, then we will display this loading effect. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are not getting any image because we have not selected any image from the upload button. Similarly, for this button also, we will add the same thing. So let's wrap it inside a curly braces, and here at the beginning we will add result image, and if this result image is available, then we will display these buttons. After that, in this anchor tag, let's add the href. Here we will provide result image so that we can download the image. To download the image, here we have to add the download attribute. After that, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we don't have any button here. Let's come to home page and reload this web page. Now just click on this upload button, and from here let me select one image. So let me come to download folder. I'll select this image. Now you can see we are getting this loading animation. After completing the processing, we have this image with transparent background. So the background removal feature is working fine. if I click on this download image button, now we are getting the result.htm. So let me just come back. Here we have added this href and we have added download attribute. By mistake here we have added one more href, so let me remove this one. Just save the changes. Now we have only one href in this a tag, which is result image. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this download image, here we are getting .jpg file and the size is 4 MB. Let me open this file. So you can see we have the image with transparent background. So now we have successfully removed the background of the image and we can download the image. Now we will make this button functional so that if anyone click on this button, then the user will come to home page. From there, user can upload a new image to remove the background. So our remove BG function is working fine. Here we have 3 credits left, as you can see in this navigation bar. And if I update the database, so here also you can see the credit balance 3. So while creating a new account, user will get 5 credit. And if user upload an image and remove the background, then 1 credit will be deducted. Now let's make it 0. We will make the credit balance 0. Click on update button. So you can see the credit balance is 0. And if I reload this web page, you can see the credits is 0. Now if I click on this upload button and select any image, now you can see the notification no credit balance, and we are redirected to this buy page where we can purchase the credit. Now in this navbar also we will add the logic so that whenever people click on this credits, then user will be redirected to the credit purchase page. So let's come back to the VS Code. Then go to components folder navbar.jsx file. In this file, we will add const navigate equal to use navigate hook. Use navigate has been imported. After that, we will come to this button where you can see this credit icon and this credit text. So in this button, we will add the onClick property, and in this one, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call the navigate function. In this one, we will provide the path of our credit purchase page, that is /buy. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this button, we are redirected to this buy credit page. So till now we have created the UI of this project and we have created the background removal feature. Now we will add the payment integration in our project so that if the credit is 0, then user can easily purchase the credit using the online payment gateway. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, go to server folder, then go to controllers folder and open user controller.js file. Here we will create a controller function that will initialize our Razorpay payment. And before that, we have to get the Razorpay key ID and key secret from their dashboard, and we will store that in this .env file. So here, let's create the environment variable where we will store the Razorpay key ID and key secret. So let's create one environment variable with the name Razorpay key ID. After that, we will create Razorpay key secret. After that, we will add currency. Here we have created 3 environment variables. Now let's come back to the web browser and open a new tab, and here we will search for Razorpay. Now let's open Razorpay payment gateway website. From here you have to create an account. Here you have to create an account, so click on sign up button. Here you have to provide the phone number, email ID and other details to create your account. And after creating the account, you will get Razorpay key ID and Razorpay key secret in the dashboard. I already have the account, so I'm going to use that credentials here. So in this Razorpay key ID, I'll paste my Razorpay key ID. And here we will paste the Razorpay key secret. You can find it from the Razorpay dashboard. And in this currency, we have to provide the currency details according to our Razorpay account. I have created this account in the India and the Indian currency is INR. So I have added the currency code INR. So now we have created 3 environment variables to set up the Razorpay payment. After that, let's come to user controller.js file. And here we will initialize our payment gateway. For that, we have to import the Razorpay from the Razorpay package. So let's write import Razorpay from Razorpay package. After that, we will scroll down. Here we will add one comment. Here we will write gateway initialize. Here we will create a variable with the name Razorpay instance equal to new Razorpay. In this one, we will provide our key ID and key secret. So let's add the object and here we will add the key ID property. Here we have to provide the key ID from the environment variable. So just add process.env. We will come to .env file and just copy this environment variable name Razorpay key ID. Just paste it here. Now add the comma and here we will add the key secret. In this one, we will add process.env. Here we will add this Razorpay key secret. Let's copy this one and paste it here. After that, we will add the comma and save the changes. Now we have successfully initialized the Razorpay instance. By using this Razorpay instance, we will create the order. We will verify the order in the Razorpay. For that, here we will create one controller function to make the payment using Razorpay. So let's add the comment and here we will write the comment text API to make payment for credits. Now here we will write const. Here we will create the arrow function, that is payment Razorpay. Now we will add async and here let's create this arrow function. In this parameter we will get request and response. After that, here we will add the try catch block. Now just copy this statement from this catch block and we will paste it here. Now in this try block, we will get the clerk ID and plan ID from the request body. So let's add const curly braces clerk ID and plan ID. And we will get it from request.body. After that, we will fetch the user data from this clerk ID. So just add const user data equal to await. Here we will use the user model dot find one method. In this method, we will add the object where we will add the clerk ID. So it will find the user using this clerk ID. After that, here we will check. In this if statement, we will check if we don't have any user data or if we don't have any plan ID. Then we will generate one response with success false. So let's write a return response.json. And in this one, we will add the object where we will define success property false. After that, we will add the message. In this message, we will write invalid credentials. After that, here we will create 4 variables. So just add let credits. After that, we will add plan. After that, we will create amount and date. We will use these details to create the payment. So whenever we will make any transaction, in that case we will save the number of credits, then plan detail, then amount of that plan, and purchase date. For different plans, we will change the value. For that, we will use the switch case statement. And in this key, we will add the plan ID. So if I come back to the web browser, and in this purchase page, you can see we have 3 plans: basic, advanced, and business. So these are the plan ID. Suppose we get the plan ID basic. In that case, in this plan ID, we will get this basic. If user click on this second purchase button, then we will get this advanced in the plan ID. So for different plans, we will generate different data in this variables. So let's create the first case, that is basic. In the basic one, our plan will be basic. After that, here we will define how many credits we will get from this plan. So let's write 100. You can see 100 credits. After that, we will add the amount. Here we will add this $10. So let's write 10. Now just create the copy of this one. Here we will add advanced. So let's copy it and paste it here. And in this plan also we will paste the same. Now we are getting the credits 500. So let's write 500 credits. After that, we'll add the amount $50. Now let's create one more copy of this case. So the third plan is business. So just paste this business here. Now the credit is 5,000 and the price is $250. Right click and select format document. Now we have created this switch case statement, and using this we are setting this variable using this plan ID. If the plan ID is basic, then in this credits we will get 100, and in the plan we will get basic and amount will be 10, and here we will generate the date also. Now to generate this date, here we will write date equal to date.now. So we will store the timestamp of the date while creating the transaction. Now we have all the data for the transaction. Now just come to models folder, and for this transaction we will create a new model. So in this models folder, let's create a new file with the name transactionModel.js. Now in this file, first we will import the mongoose from mongoose. After that, we will create the transaction schema. So just add const transaction schema equal to new mongoose.schema, and in this one we will define the structure of our transaction. So we need to save the credits, plan, amount, and date, and clerk ID. So here in this schema we will write clerk ID, and here we will write type a string and required true. After that, here we will add the plan property. The type will be string and the required will be true. After that, we will add the amount property. The type will be number. Here also we will set required true. After that, we will add the credits property. Here we will add the type number, required true. After that, we'll add one more property, that is payment, and the payment will be boolean, and by default it will be false. So whenever we will create one transaction, the payment property will be false, and after completing the payment at the time of verification, we will make it true. After that, here we will add the date property, and the type will be number, where we will store the timestamp of the current date time. Now we have created the schema for the transaction. Now we will create the transaction model. So just add const transaction model equal to mongoose.models.transaction, or here we will use mongoose.model. Here we will provide the transaction. After that, we will add the comma and provide the transaction schema. Now the model is ready. Next, we will export this model. So just add export default, then provide transaction model. Now we have created the model where we have defined the clerk ID, plan, amount, credits, payment, and date. Let's come to user controller again. Now we have this credits, plan, amount, and date. After that, here let's add one comment, and we will add the comment text creating transaction. Now just add const transaction data equal to one object where we will add this clerk ID. We will add the plan, then we will add the amount, then we will add the credits, then we will add the date. So we have created this transaction data according to this transaction model. Next, we have to save this data in the database. For that, here we will write const new transaction equal to await. Then use the transaction model dot create method, and in this one we will provide transaction data. After that, the transaction will be stored in the database. Next, we have to initialize one order using this Razorpay instance. So to create a Razorpay order, first we have to create the options for the order. So we will add const options equal to, it will be one object where we will provide the amount, and the amount will be amount that we have created here. Here you can see we have the amount. So we are providing this amount in this options, and we will multiply it by unit 100. After that, we will provide the currency, and in this currency we will provide the currency data from our environment variable. So we will write process.env.currency. Now we have to add the receipt. This is very important to add the receipt, and in this receipt we will add new transaction ID that is automatically generated in the MongoDB. This receipt is useful at the time of verification when we will verify the payment. Now the options is ready. Now let's create the Razorpay order. For that, just add await Razorpay instance dot orders dot create, and here we will provide this options. After that, we will pass the arrow function. In this arrow function parameter, first we will get two parameters, and if any error occurs, then we will get the error, and after that we will get the order details. After getting this error and order, here we will add the if statement, and here we will check if we get any error. In that case, we will return one response. So just add return response.json. Here we will provide success false. With that, we will add the message property, and in this one we will provide error. Suppose we don't get any error during creation of an order, then we'll get the order details. So in that case, we will generate the response using the JSON method, and here we will add the object where we will define the success property, that is true. With that, we will pass the order details also that we are getting from this parameter. Now the controller function is ready to generate the RazorPay payment. With that, we will add the verification method also. So now we'll create the API using this controller function. For that, let's come to routes folder, user route.js file, and here we will create a new route. To create the route, first we have to export this function from here. So in this export object, we will write comma payment RazorPay. Save these changes. Now come back to the user routes.js file. Here we will write user router to create the API. Here we will use the post method. After that, here we have to add the endpoint path, that is /payRazor. In this one, we will add the auth user middleware, and after that we will add payment RazorPay. So we will select it from this suggestion. So it has been imported. Now save the changes. Now we have successfully created this route. Now let's come back to the client folder and we will open src pages folder, and in this one we will open buycredit.jsx file. Here in this page component, we will add the logic to initialize the RazorPay payment. For that, we will come to this RazorPay website, and from here let's open the documentation. So let's go to resources, click on developer docs, then click on this payments, then payment gateway, then web integration, and select this integration steps. Here we will get this script, as you can see here. Script src checkout razorpay.com version 1 checkout.js. So from here we have to copy this script and come back to the VS Code editor. Let's open the client folder, index.html file, and after this script, just paste this script tag that we have just copied. Now save the changes and close this file. After that, here in this page component, we will get the backend URL and load credits data function from the context. So just add const curly braces. We will get the backend URL and load credits data function equal to use context, and in this one provide app context. Here we will initialize the navigate function also. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate. So whenever user successfully complete the payment, then the user will be redirected to the home page using this function. After that, here we will get the token. So just add const. Here we will get token method, and we will get it from use auth that we will get from this Clerk React package. Just click on this suggestion, so it has been imported. Now we have this backend URL, load credit data, then navigate function and get token. Next we will add the logic so that when we click on this purchase button, then the payment will be initialized. For that, here we will create one arrow function with the name payment RazorPay. So let's write const payment RazorPay equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. And in this one, we will pass the parameter that is plan ID. Now the arrow function is ready. Here we will add the try catch block because we are going to deal with APIs. So in this catch block, let's add the console log. In this one, we will add the error. After that, we will display one toast notification also whenever the error occurs. So just add toast.error. And in this one, we will provide error.message. In this try block, first we will generate one token using this getToken method. So we will write const token equal to await. And here we will use getToken method. Now we can call the API because we have this backend URL token. And here we have this plan ID. So here we will write const curly braces data equal to await. And here we will use Axios. We are not getting the suggestion for the Axios, so we have to import it manually. So just add import Axios from Axios package. After that, here we will add Axios.post method. And in this one, we will provide the backend URL. After that, we will add the API endpoint, that is /API/user/payraiser. Now we have to pass the body, and in the body we will pass the plan ID that we are getting from this function parameter. After that, we have to add the headers. So let's add the curly braces, and here we will define the headers. And in this headers, we will add the curly braces. And in this curly braces, we will add the token that we have generated here. After this API call, we will get this data. And here we will check if we got the data dot success true. In that case, we will initialize the payment using that order details. So here, let's create one function with the name initPay. So just add const initPay, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add async and create the arrow function. In this one, we will receive the order details. So simply write order. So in this parameter, we have added order, and after receiving the data.success, in that case, we will call this initPay function, and in this one, we will provide this order details. So in this if statement, we will write initPay, and in this one, we will add data.order. Now the payment pay function is ready. Next, we will create this initPay function, and before that, we will link this function with our buttons. For that, let's come to this button tag, and here we will add the onClick property. And in this onClick property, we will pass this arrow function, and here we will add payment pay, and in this one, let's provide item.id. In this item ID, we will get the plan ID like basic, advanced, and business. Now we have to create this initPay function. To create this function, first, here we will create the options for our payment. So if I come to this documentation page, as you can see here, we have to create this options for the payment. In this options, we have to provide the key, amount, currency, name, description, order ID, and other details like receipt. So just come back to the VS Code, come to this initPay function. Here we will create the variable with the name options. It will be one object, and here first we have to provide the key. This key will be RazorPay key ID. So let's come back to the server file. then .env file, and from here let me just copy this Razorpay key ID. Now just come back to the client folder, then open .env file, and here we will add wheat underscore and paste this variable. Now just copy this environment variable name from here. Now just go to buyCredit.jsx file, and in this key property we will write import.meta.env paste this name, that is wheat Razorpay key ID. Now we have added the key. Next we have to add the amount. So let's add amount property, and here we will provide order.amount. Now we will get the amount data from this order that we are receiving from the backend. After that, here we will add the currency. In this currency also we will provide order.currency. After that we will provide the name of this payment. So let's write a string, that is credits payment. After that we will add the description, and in this description also let me paste the same message, credits payment. After this description we will add order ID, and in this one we will provide order.id. After that we will add the receipt property, and in this receipt property we will provide order.receipt. We will correct the spelling. After that we will add the handler function, that is one asynchronous arrow function. So just add async and create the arrow function. Now in this parameter we will get the response from the Razorpay. After getting this response we will try to console log that response. So just add console log and we will write this response so that we can see the response in the browser. After that we will use this options to create the Razorpay payment. So here we will create one variable, that is Razorpay equal to new window dot Razorpay, and in this one we will provide this options. Now here we have created this new window using this options. Now we have to open this window. For that we will write Razorpay dot open method. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let me reload the web page. Now if I click on this purchase button, as you can see we are getting this Razorpay payment option. Here we have to provide the mobile number. So let me add the dummy phone number here. Then click on continue button. After that here we have to provide the card details to create the payment. So let's right click and select inspect and go to console. To get the dummy cards we will search for Razorpay dummy cards. Razorpay dummy card number. Let me open this website, test card details, and from here let me just copy this card number, and in the payment pop-up we will paste the card number, then provide the future date in this expiry date. Here we will provide 3 digit in this CVV. Then we will add the card holder name. So let me write Great Stack and click on this continue button. We will click on this button maybe later. After that just click on this pay on bank page. From here we can simulate the success or failure. So just click on this success button. Now you can see we have the message payment successful. After that we will receive the response. As you can see in this console, we have this response, and by using this response, we have this Razorpay order ID, Razorpay payment ID, Razorpay signature. By using these properties, we will verify our payment and add the credits in the user account. As you can see, still we have this 0 credit. So to update it, we had to create a new controller function. So let's come to server folder. And in this one, we will open user controller.js file. And here we will create a new controller function to verify the Razorpay payment. Here we will add one comment, that is API controller function to verify Razorpay payment. Here we will create one arrow function. So let's write const verify Razorpay equal to, and it is going to be a async arrow function. So just add the async keyword and create the arrow function. After that, in this parameter, we will add request and response. Now we will add the try catch block. In this catch block, we will copy the statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. Now in this try block, first we will get the Razorpay order ID. So as you can see in this response, we are getting Razorpay order ID. So we will get it from the body. So just add const curly braces. Let's copy it from here and paste it here equal to, and we will get it from request.body. After that, here we will get the order info using this Razorpay order ID. So just add const order info equal to await. Then we will write Razorpay instance dot orders property, and here we will use the dot fetch method. In this method, we have to provide this Razorpay order ID. After that, we will get the order details in this order info variable. Here we will check if order info dot status is equal to paid. If the order info dot status is paid, it means the payment is successful. Then we will create a variable with the name transaction data. In this variable, we will store the transaction detail that is stored in the MongoDB. Now we have just created a payment. If I go to MongoDB and click on this refresh button, here we are getting this transactions collection, and if I open it, here you can see we have one transaction. You can see we have the clerk ID, plan, amount, credits, and payment false. So right now the payment is false. We are going to save this transaction details in this variable. So we will use await transaction model dot find by ID method, and to get the transaction ID, we will use this order info. So when we created this order, in the receipt we have added the transaction ID. So we will use this receipt to get the transaction ID. So here let's write order info dot receipt. From here we will get the transaction ID. Now we will get the transaction details, and it will be stored in this transaction data variable. After that, we will add the if statement. Here first we will check if the transaction data dot payment is true. In that case, the payment is already verified. Then we will create a response using the JSON method where the success will be false. So we will write return response.json, success will be false, and in the message we will write payment failed. If the transaction data dot payment is false, it means the payment is not verified. So in that case, we will add the credit in the user account and we will mark the transaction payment as true. For that, let's add the comment, and here we will write adding credits in user data. So first we will get the user data. We will write const user data equal to await, and here we will use the user model to get the user data, and here let's use dot find one method, and in this one we have to provide the clerk ID to find the user. So we will add the clerk ID and we will get the clerk ID. While creating the transaction, we have sent the clerk ID right in the transaction, so we will get the transaction ID from this transaction. So just add transaction data dot clerk ID. Now we will get the user, and here we will create a variable, that is credit balance, and in this variable we will store the user credit balance. So we will write user data dot credit balance. After that, here we have to add the transaction credit. Suppose we received the credit 100 and the previous credit is 50, then the new credit will be 150. So here we will write transaction data dot credits. Now we have the updated credit balance. Next we have to update this user data with the latest credit balance. So just add await user model dot find by ID and update method. Here we have to provide the user ID, so just add user data dot underscore ID. After that we will add this curly braces, and here let's provide credit balance that we have just calculated here. By executing this statement, the credit will be added in the user's account, and after that we will mark this transaction as paid. Let's add the comment text making the payment true. So when the user will create a transaction, the payment will be false, and when we verify the payment, then we will mark it as true. To mark the payment true, here we will use await transaction model dot find by ID and update method. In this one, we will provide the transaction data dot underscore ID. After that, here we have to add the comma and add the object, and in this object we will make the payment property true. After that, we will generate one response using the JSON method, and here we will mark the success true, and here we will add the message credits added. Now our verify razor pay function is ready. Next we have to export this function. So in this object we will type verify razor pay. By using this verify razor pay controller function, we will create a new route. So come to user route.js file, and here we will create a new route. So just write user router.post method, and in this one the endpoint will be verify razor. After that we will provide verify razor pay controller function. Now save the changes. Now we have successfully created this route. Next we have to integrate this API endpoint with our client. So let's open the client folder pages, then go to buycredit.jsx file, and we will complete this handler function. Now we will complete this handler function to verify the payment in our client project. For that, here we will call the verify API that we have just created. So first we have to generate one new token. So we will write const token equal to await. Here we will generate the token using this getToken method. Now we will call the API. For that, let's add the try catch block, and in this try block we will call the API. So let's add the curly braces. We will add the data that we'll get from the response. After that, we will add await axios.post method. And here we have to provide the backend URL. After that, in this backend URL, we will concatenate the endpoint address, that is /API/user/verify_razor. Now in this body of this API call, we have to provide this response where we have the Razorpay order ID. So here we will just provide response. After that, we have to add the headers. So let's add the object where we will define the headers property, and in this headers we will add one object, and in this one provide one token. Now the API call is ready. After that, we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, the payment has been verified. So we will load the latest credit data. So just call load credits data function. With that, we will navigate the users on the home page. So just add navigate, and we will add this /. Now we can also give a toast notification once the payment is successful or the credit added. So let's add the toast.success. And in this one, let's provide message, that is credit added. After that, if any error occurs in this process, then the catch block will be executed, and in that case we'll add the console log and error. And in this catch block, we will give a toast notification with the error message. So just add toast.error, and here we will provide error.message. After that, we will save the changes. Now just come back to the web browser and open the website. And here you can see we have the 0 credits. Let me reload the web page and click on this credits. Now we will buy this plan, which is basic. So just click on this purchase button. It will open a payment pop-up. Here we have to provide the card number. So let me copy the test card number. Paste it here. Here we will add any future month and year. Then we will add 3-digit number. Then we will provide the name on the card and click on the continue button. Click on this button, maybe later. Now we will simulate the success. So just click on this success button. Now you can see the payment is successful. Now at the right bottom you can see notification credit added, and in the navigation bar you can see the credits is 100. Now we can use this credits to remove the background of the image. So now if I click on this upload button, select this image again. Now we have the original image, and in the right side you can see one loading effect. And after processing the image, you will see this image with removed background. Now you can see the credit is 99. So one credit has been deducted for removing the background of this image. And here we have the button called download image. So it will download the image with transparent background. You can see this is our downloaded image. So this feature is working fine. Now our project is ready. Now we have successfully created this BG removal web application. Next we will deploy this project on Vercel. For that we will open vercel.com. Here we have already deployed the backend. So let me just come back to the VS Code editor, and we will commit our latest changes. For that, here let's add a message. Project completed. We will click on this commit button, click on yes. Now just click on this sync button so that this commit will be saved on the GitHub. Now just click on OK. Now we have successfully uploaded our project on GitHub. Now just come back to the web browser, open the GitHub also. Now you can see here we have this BG removal where you can see updated now. Let's open this project. Here we are getting this commit project completed. Let me close this GitHub page and we will come to Vercel. Let me reload this web page. You can see this is the backend, and for this backend also you can see just now because we have updated the GitHub repository. Now we have to add the updated environment variable for the backend. So let's open server folder, then go to .env file, and from here let me just copy all the environment variables and come to this backend project. Here we'll click on the three dot and click on settings, then go to environment variables, and here we have already added the Clerk webhook secret and MongoDB URI. So we have added these two environment variables. Now we'll add other variables. Now just copy these environment variables, come back to the Vercel, and in this input field just paste it. Now we have all the environment variables and values. Just click on this save button. Now we will come to deployments, and inside this we will create a new deployment with latest environment variable. So let's click on this three dot and select create deployment. Here we will select the main branch and click on create deployment button. Now the deployment has been started. We will wait for a few seconds. Now you can see the deployment is ready now. Now just come to home page, and from here let's open this URL. Now you can see we are getting this message API working. Now our backend is running successfully. After that we will deploy the BG remove client project. For that just come back to the VS Code editor, and from here let's close all these files, and we will click on this clients folder, and here we will create a Vercel.json file. So right click and select new file, and in this client folder we will create Vercel.json file. Here we have to add the configuration to support the React router. For that let's come back to the web browser, and we will open github.com/greatstackdev, and here we will open this notes. Here you can see we have Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let me open this one. We have already used this configuration for the backend, and here we will use this second configuration that is for the front end. So just copy this configuration code and paste it in this Vercel.json file under clients directory. Now we have to save the changes, and we have to commit these changes in GitHub. So click here, and here we will add Vercel JSON added. Then click on this commit button, then click yes, then click on this sync changes and click OK. After that let's minimize this VS Code. Now just come back to the Vercel again and refresh this web page. In this backend project you can see the message just now, because just now it has been redeployed because we have updated our GitHub. Now we have to deploy a new project. So just click on new project, and from here let's select this repository BG removal. Just click on import button. After that here we have to select the root directory. Just click on this edit button and select this client. Then click on continue button. Now you can see it is automatically selecting Vite as a framework. Now in this environment variable we have to add our environment variable. So if I come back to the VS Code, then go to clients and .env file. Here we have total 3 environment variable. Just copy this and paste it here. Now here we have to update this backend URL. So if I open a new tab, and here we will open this link, which is our backend link from the Vercel. So just copy this URL and come to this tab, and in this Vite backend URL, we will paste the backend URL that we have deployed on Vercel. Make sure to remove this /, else it will not work. So remove this / from the end and click on this deploy button. Now just wait for a few seconds so it will complete the deployment. Now our project has been deployed. Let me click on this button, continue to dashboard. Here we have the link to access this web page. So let me just click here. Now you can see we have successfully deployed our website on Vercel. Now let's test this website again. We will click on Get Started button. I'll click on Continue with Google. Now let me select the Google account, click on Continue. Now we are successfully logged in on the website, and here we have the credits, which is 99. So in this video we have created this BG removal project, and we have also added the online payment gateway to purchase the credit. And here we have added this button to upload a new image, and the image will be processed and we will get the removed background image. And after creating this project, we have successfully deployed it on Vercel. I hope this tutorial will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.